I want to ask them to turn that light on. That's the projection. Oh, look at that. Have we got everybody, Chris? Awesome. Welcome. I hope you've had a brilliant year, and thank you all for coming back. I've got a few things to tell you about first before we start. The first thing I've got to say is if the fire alarm goes off, do not run anywhere. Just stay in your seats. You're not going to die. But, yeah, the Barbican staff will help you get out of the building, right? So don't rush anywhere. Somebody will come and say, please go this way, and leave in an orderly manner, and take your laptops with you because I know how much they mean to you. Right, okay, so other thing, we've got Andrew over here. Andrew is sat in Dorset listening to everything that I say and making words appear. Right, so we've got some stickers. Oh. If you see somebody who's got a sticker that says it's red on the lanyard, they'd like you to stay away. If they've got a green one, they're probably on their own and they would like you to come and talk to them. Please talk to each other. I found out last night at the speakers' meal that the speakers often have nobody to speak to because the attendees think that the speakers don't want to talk to them because they're busy. And it turns out that's not true. And if you see a speaker, go talk to them. They're lovely people. We don't book rubbish ones, I can tell you. And if you've got a yellow sticker, it means we don't want a photograph. We're going to take a photograph at the end of the day of the whole crowd. And if you don't want to be in that, just duck like that or something like that. Easy. We all have, I printed out save icons. That's what they're called, save icons. We've colour-coded them. If there's somebody who's wearing red, it means they're a compere. There is not just me in the room. Somebody else in the room has a red one. And I thank that person with the bottom of my heart because the other week I thought, oh my God, what happens if I mill? And I said to the other organisers, who's going to do this speaking? And they went, not me, not me, not me. So I messaged somebody and that person was wonderful. And you'll tell who that person is because they've got a red one like me. You've all got blue ones. If it's a white one and you need help from anybody, those are the people you can ask for help. If you've got a black one, it means you're a speaker as well. Simples. The toilets, you go around to where the balcony is and you go down one level, level 3, and the toilets are just there. If you need any help, just ask somebody. There's loads of Barbican staff that you can ask or anybody with a white save icon. We have a Discord channel, so if you like what the speakers are doing, give them praise in their Discord channel. That would be amazing. You can join that there. It's we sent you a link in your email as well, and there are people online, and you can also join in. We're not going to do questions to the speakers. We're going to go through as rapidly as possible. If you have a question, just jump on Discord and ask that question in there. It's a nice way. And from 2021, Alex Russell's channel is still going to this day. He's still answering questions about his talk and the state of browsers and Apple devices and all of those kind of things. So those channels, they won't disappear. You can join that by clicking on this little icon. It will put you into the 2023 channel. Accessibility. You know that we love accessibility. It's the most important thing. Then do semantic HTML, but same. And all of those things. And we've got Andrew over here typing all of the words of all of the speakers. There is a link on the website that you can click on and you can read the captions as well. So you can get to those there. We have some videos during the day from Chris, and he's out in America. And the captions will just appear on the screen, which gives Andrew time to go make a cup of coffee and get back to his desk. Andrew is currently in Dorset. Is that right, Andrew? Yay! Excellent, excellent. So that's awesome. We're going to put all the captions onto the videos afterwards as well. We will put transcripts onto the speaker pages so you can read their talks as well. So as much as we can possibly make it accessible, we are going to do so. If you're going to tweet or probably not tweet anymore, I don't know how that works. Last year, Twitter was lovely and a nice thing, and then it doesn't exist anymore. So we're on Blue Sky and we're on Mastodon as well, but use accessible hashtags. So that means capitalize every word, the first letter of each word, and screen readers will read those out rather than trying to go, it will read out the words if it is capitalized. So that's awesome. So it is impossible to put this event on. And earlier this year, a few conferences stopped and they said, sorry, we can't afford to do this. And that's affected all of us in this community. There's other people in this room that have had the same thing. Remy put out a tweet earlier in the year, well, about 2 weeks ago, saying, this is really hard. And so I replied to that message, and finally, Paul Kinlan got back to me and he said, I'll give you some money, I'll give you some money. And without the money, these things don't happen. And the only reason I didn't pull it out in the middle of August was I wouldn't get my deposit back from this place. So I just had to bite the bullet. And fortunately, you all started buying tickets in the last 2 days, and it made us just get over the line. So thank you for doing that. Next year, please buy them in April. Because seriously, it really, really does help. It really, really does help. Anyway, so Google Chrome developers, they've sponsored us for a number of years, and we're very, very thankful for those people. This is my company. I've chucked a shitload, but I'm going to swear throughout the day. If you're offended by that, I'm sorry. I've got a little jar. I'll put the money in and I'll spend it at the bar later. This is my company called Code Red. You don't need to look at that. But you do need to look at Whereby. Whereby is a company that does Zoom natively in the browser, which is amazing. And what they're currently plugging, Andreas, are you here? Ah, Andreas is at the back there. Go speak to him at the break. But they're putting an embed into the website that or into your app that allows you to do live video calling through the app. It's awesome. Earlier this year, Musk said, I'm going to make Twitter the everything app. He's wrong. The browser is the everything app. Everybody uses the browser as the everything app. I don't care what country you are in the world or anything. Even when I look at Twitter, if I still do, I do it in a browser, the everything app. So, it's an amazing service. Talk to Andreas later in the breaks. I'm sure you're going to be at the pub as well. And we also have a channel on Discord for sponsors. I know one of the sponsors has already put in a discount code for one of their services, and there'll be loads more stuff shared in there as well. So have a look. Please pay attention to our sponsors, because otherwise we wouldn't be here. It's really, really important. Then we have Polypane. Polypane is Killian, who sat just there. Speak to him. It's a browser for testing, and it is freaking awesome. It tests everything all at the same time. So you could have many different device widths. You can have high contrast. You can have no reduced motion settings on one of them, and you can test everything in one go. Talk to this guy and have a look at his app. It's phenomenal. And I heard something yesterday that something new's going to come, and the man's a genius. And he's going to come and talk to us later. But he's not going to talk to us about Polypane. You'll have to do that in the breaks. Then we have Tetralogical. Tetralogical is a company that does accessibility, auditing, testing, loads and loads and loads of different, and Leonie works there, as well as many of us. And Leonie's supported our events since the first day she gave a talk, which was actually at one of our events as well. So, then we have really small sponsorship packages as well, to make more money, but to be allowed to enable small companies to be able to have their logos and be part of our event as well. I'm sure that you all know that £40 for a ticket is pretty cheap for a conference. We have the same for our sponsors. So all of these people gave us a bucket of money, and some of them are in the room today. Mike is over there somewhere from API Gurus. They do a catalogue of all of the APIs that are open and all of the content that you can find. Go have a look at that. Steve is in the audience. He flew over from America yesterday, and he was jet lagged last night, but hey, it's all good. And he's put a discount code for Be Inclusive, which talk to Steve in the break. Alex is in the room somewhere, he's at the back. He's also running an event, we'll tell you about that later. Callum is here from DXW. He's somewhere in the room. Financial Times chucked us some money as well. Oliver helped us. Is Oliver here today? No. And then Set Studio. Set Studio is Andy. Andy Bell. He can't get enough of our event, except he didn't come today. Oh, I hope he's watching this. And then we have loads of people that help us publicise the event. So Array Chat is Andy's Discord channel. Beyond Tellerrand is a conference in Dusseldorf and Berlin, and it's the second best conference I've ever been to. Ask me about the other one later. Go Make Things is Chris Ferdinandi. He has a website that teaches people vanilla JavaScript and not chucking loads of packages at the web. Hey Presents is a conference run by Josh in Leeds. Fantastic, great fun. Pimp My Type is a guy in Vienna, and he does a newsletter all about typography, and amazing. He did a review of our website, which is on YouTube, and you can have a look at that. Fantastic. Shop Talk Show, again, that's Dave Rupert and Chris Coyer. They do not only do a podcast, but they have a Discord channel as well, and they're super friendly people. And then we have WebDevConf, which is run by Alex as well. So Alex gets 2 wave apps. Excellent. So all of these people help us get the word out about this event. And it's super important. All of these people help us organize these things. That's me. I always look like that. And then Alana, Chris, Janestra, and Hannah. Hannah's going to be here this afternoon, but the other 3 are here somewhere, and they've probably helped you get your lanyards and things like that. They're lovely people, and we can't put these things. These things don't just magically happen. The schedule is stay in the browser /schedule, or you can scan that QR code. But you could just keep it a surprise and get excited about who's going to come on stage. At lunchtime, we're going to let you go running around, but there's a list /lunch of about 40 different places, and they're in order of distance from the Barbican. And there's a little list of, I walked around and all of the area and found places that did good food. So check out /lunch if you want to look for somewhere to eat at lunchtime. So, a couple of weeks ago, I'm going to cry in a minute, Molly died. Molly, I don't know, who knows Molly? Yeah? So about half the room. All of the young people probably don't know Molly. But Molly fought for the standards in our industry. She went and shouted at the Microsoft guy. She set up a group called WASP, which was the Web Standards Project, and worked with a load of different people. But without people like Molly, our industry would just be taken over by corporates, and it would be a shit show. And we named London Web Standards after the Web Standards Project, which came about in about 2004, 5. And she passed away a couple of weeks ago. So today, we're dedicating this event to Molly. She gave the keynote in the second State of the Browser. She's also spoken at Web Standards events a long time ago. She used to work with Bruce and Andreas. That's right, isn't it? Opera, yeah. So, but yeah. Anyway, she left us too soon, and we dedicate today to Molly. I'm going to jump straight into and get off the stage because it's Michael's turn. He hasn't even got his laptop plugged in. So I'm going to. I've told you about toilets downstairs. If there's a fire, stay where you are. Somebody will tell you what to do. Later in the day, we've got some videos while speakers are switching over. It will come up automatically when I've stopped speaking, Michael. It's fine. Cool. So I'm going to hand you over to the first. And Michael's been to more of our events than I have. That's because every year when we were doing regular meetups and monthly meetups, it got to June and I just went and sat in a field in Somerset and drank a load of beer and danced a lot. But he carried on coming. So Michael's been to more London Web Standards events than I have. And Michael is going to talk about web standards. So I'm going to hand you over to Michael. Can we switch over, please?
Yes, good morning, and it's great to see everyone here. I feel very, very honored to being given the opportunity to share some thoughts, insights, and realizations on the state of the web, on the state of web design practice I will go into, and we will dig later a bit deeper into its foundation, what actually is HTML. But first, it might be good to get an idea who is in the room. So if you are a WordPress developer, please show of hands. Okay, what you see, what you get tools, Wix and those? Nobody, this is also nice. What else do we have? We have enterprise technologies. Anybody doing that? Wow, I'm impressed, good. Design systems, anyone works with design systems? Right. Hand coders, handcrafters, lovely. So, and anybody here already lets the job done by AI? Whoa. This is great. So, last question. Who of you actually validates your web pages? Interesting. Good. All right, so let's dive into it. I have to press this button here now. Okay, sorry. Huh? All right. So we came a long way. As it all started actually in 1989, when Tim Berners-Lee had the idea to build something, set the building blocks for the web, where he actually released HTML in 1991. And then there have been two websites, really, and a bit later, being 3000. I came in by 1996, I believe, and it was that HTML, I had a technical background. I did programming in the 80s, and I've seen HTML, this is fantastic to do your documentation. And so I went into that and started learning it. And we went on, and a few years later, it was before 2000, I had the opportunity to teach it even to 30 to 60-year-olds. And actually, I added the teaching element to them because it was them to show how the browser works, but I thought it might be better understanding if they see also what works on the other side, what works under the hood. And the interesting thing was really that they all knew only word processor and spreadsheets. Nobody had a background in programming, nothing. And the most fantastic thing, what really struck me, was that they started using the alt tag in the image. Why tell stories? So they added the images up, and you hover them with a mouse, and they start telling stories. So nowadays everybody says, oh, you don't use the alt tag. It's quite interesting. So, and then everybody was messing around, and there had been no rules in building web pages at that time. Till in 2000, Jakob Nielsen came up and published usability. So then we start thinking, oh, what is really going on? So and we built on, actually. And then we had, a bit later, came in Jeffrey Zeltman with designing web standards. But before, we built our pages and tables. So everything changed. CSS came in. So, and then it became very, very tricky. Well, you wanted to do a layout, and it was more complicated, actually, to build a layout with CSS. A two-column layout gives you a headache, and three-column layout drove you mental. So, and the big relief came a bit later when CSS Grid came out, what made everything nicer. And also Molly Holzschlag did a big thing on CSS design at the time with a publication on CSS Zen Garden. So looking up here, we had here 10 websites, 2 million, and we went up, and now we are 1.13 billion. No. 80%, 82% is invisible. So we have only 200 million websites out there. It was quite interesting to know. But all of that, what we didn't came across, well, we built our websites. What is under the hood? Well, we just lived in code. So this was already released in 2006. It shows the different layers of a web page. So what's behind it? Yeah. So it all starts with a strategy. You have a scope, you build a structure, yeah, information architecture, all of that. A skeleton, the surface, that's what we see on the display. And most people, and you see nowadays, businesses, when they think about website, they see only the surface. It's like the old town when you have the Western movie and you have the facade, and what is behind that? That was the understanding, and I think this is really great coming across. And I came quite late to see it. It's just a few years ago. But understanding UX came into that was 2006, yes. So web standards in the old days been not really relevant. We didn't know about that before 2000, that there been web standards. But with this, and we see what we can do, web standards became, standards. So, and I think the new definition by the W3C is really nice. Web standards are the blueprints or building blocks of a consistent, harmonious, digital, connected world. They are implemented in browsers, blogs, search engines, and other software to power our experience on the web. Yeah, it's interconnected, interoperable, and it is important. While standards, it's the same as you can't mix imperial with metrics. So we need standards. This is important. So what happened then? We are here now. So, seriously, do we have standards, and who actually cares about the standards? And it was last year when I came across a lady. She was a businesswoman, and she ran 3 websites. She approached me and said, if I can help her with her websites. I said, what's up with them? Yeah, I have a graphic designer, and she built everything in Wix. They don't validate. I said, okay. And I was ring a bell with me. Oh, validation, yeah. Well, I've been running code. I've been coding all the time. It wasn't really my head, validation, when you understand how to code, about syntax and the quality. So I looked into that, and I said, okay, Wix is doing that. Interesting. And then I came across, and it was a few months ago, about a company who, they help actually businesses to optimize their website completely. They monitor everything, they do everything, and now you believe their website is good. Yeah? So practice what you preach. And I go quickly out here, and can I do that? No, I can't. Ouch. I can throw it onto the other screen, I believe. So sorry for that. I must work, does it? Yay, it works. I can't go through that. But this is a list of. Ouch! I did a mistake now. I'm very sorry. Yeah, but we can leave it. No, I just go back. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. Back. How do I go back to this now? Okay, try that way. Okay, go back to here. Okay, so sorry for that. So there were, I was looking up earlier this year. In 2022, of the global top 100 used valid HTML, how many? Yeah? How many you believe? 10?
0.
None. So this is HTML. 2021, 98% of the top US websites invalid HTML. Looking at CSS for a bit. 2021, only 3 websites, 2021, 2022, it improved. So CSS is on the rise. So, but, oh, stop, go back. I jump out here now, and back to this, sorry. That was here, isn't it? I want to get the other slide here back. I just skip it. It was just a list. Now you see it here now. Someone did nicely the work, put everything of those into a table, and you could see. I will share this document later. That they failed in CSS, HTML errors is a nice way to do that. All the top 100 been there, and then was the other document here. Where was it? This is the thing we can't. Here we can. No, I can't go there. Oh, come on. I'm very sorry for this. Come on, back there, best top one. So looking into the validation of the other side, what I cannot access right now, it was just that this company listed all their errors, and I ran them through, and I couldn't believe that. What practice what you preach, and 380 lines of warnings, errors. So how can you perform like something like this? And that makes me really wonder, how can you do that? So, if it is one issue or 50, yeah, of a website, it cannot be half valid. So, in other words, the web is broken. So, and it's apparently there's a global inability to produce valid HTML output. How could all of that happen, and why? So let's look at the causes. We have what you get tools, often recommended as free for small and medium enterprises. And in this country, there are around 99.9% SMEs. And they've been given the impression, just go online, build your site, you get tools like Wix, like Site Builder, you have Foursquare and all of them lot. And nobody been told about usability and GDPR compliance. They think about colors and messing around with their tools. Then we have WordPress, 810 million websites now. 43% is increasing, is going up. But then the themes rarely validate. And even when you look up in the database for themes and it tells you, yeah, we validate, you just check their thing, what they present, and it don't validate. So why don't they do that? Then we have third-party snippets or integration services. They often also provide you with questionable code quality. Design system mostly run on React or Vue.js instead of being architected in CSS. So what they with React do, they render the whole website or the web page with one single page in the back end and ship it to the browser. So then a friend of mine once mentioned, yeah, but they ran through 1.5 million lines of code and you get to an empty page. So, and the tricky thing is now, is the frameworks, and we should really imagine what happened if we wouldn't have the frameworks. Well, they keep it together. Yeah, when you start doing this, the whole framework, woo. And then we have enterprise technologies. No code says so. It gets a bit out of hand and it gets a bit complex diving into these technologies. And AI, we still not have that it will fix our flawed code, and I think this is quite amazing if it will come one day. So one thing I found really, really important, and probably the most important, is an inadequate teaching, online or in print. And I've seen so many teaching and free code camp, boot camps. Yeah, you're now a programmer, you're a software engineer. In a boot camp after 3 months, I'm sorry. So, but the outreach in teaching when you go online can be thousands. And I've seen teaching, and I come back to that in a bit. So, what's been taught? So, why do we need to validate? What are its benefits? So, search engine optimization is certainly affected, accessibility, and security. And that's what nobody really thinks about. So let's dig into that for a sec. So search crawlers have a difficulty to discover your content where the content is a mess. With the code, yeah, surrounding it. So, and it needs to be correctly structured semantically. Div, probably best to replace it wherever you can, especially with semantics. And for businesses, while their sites fail. And everybody wants search engine optimization, all of that. So why don't you fix your code first before you invest lots of money and effort into search engine optimization, into the architecture of your content? Then we have accessibility, what is influenced by missing or encoding doc types, missing character encodings, unsupported text or attributes, improper formatted HTML, improper tables, and improper use of forms. Security, ooh, that's when it gets really nuts and hairy. So there are doc type declarations that we're missing. Escape characters. Careful. And you see it often when you even validate, it's mostly JavaScript related. What pops up is that they give you the quotes, there's nothing in, you miss a quote, bad, very bad. So it gets a bit complicated, and what I will do, I will add more references to that in the documents we've got online related with the talks. There's one thing really, it's the HTTP, don't load HTTP resources into HTTPS. It's a great opportunity for people to play with your stuff. So, and there are some references here, but the other thing is just pen test your site before you ship it. You've got a form or something in there, pen test it and fix it. People don't think about those things, but it's just, it makes it safe, secure for everyone. So, coming back to the teaching. And as I met quite often people teaching, but sometimes I just look, how do they teach? Basics and HTML. HTML is the foundation where we build on. So the browser is very, very tolerant. They say your syntax doesn't really self-closing markup. Yeah, the browser does it. Yeah, you don't have to think too much. But then you think about the browser, the performance. What does it do there under the hood? No, consistency is key. Absolutely, when you write your code. And giving you some examples where I came across there have been problems with the character set. And I found it even in books. They don't tell you that within the first 10, 24 bytes, yeah, it needs to be set. So it should be prioritized at the top. On the top, you get the English here. Stop, the back. What was this now? Sorry. Okay, just skipped out of that. Okay. So the language comes first. And then you set the character set before the title. The title can be longer. You can have more stuff in there. And then I've seen, you put a character set, the definition there. You can't do that. Put it on top. It causes trouble. Another thing. Images. So often we say, focus on the alt attribute. Yeah, it's okay. Accessibility is very important. But the browser, if it's not getting the image size, what does it do? It tries to calculate it. And you get all these flickering images in the browser, and it shifts the layout around and all of that. So, and the browser doesn't need to calculate, just add the pixels, the height, the width. Yeah. And then there's another thing where often I've seen nobody uses it really, it's the title. It gives you search engine optimization enhancement. It gives you more visibility on your page. If you do it right. So, inconsistency and contradictions been things I came across within HTML spec. So now I ask you, what is right, what is wrong? Anybody, any idea? Huh?
It's an acronym.
What is an acronym?
It's when you cut the words into the initial letters.
Mm-hmm.
HTML is not an abbreviation of a word because it's several words together.
No, this is where it gets really bad. The W3C, it was Microsoft in the old days, they said, oh yeah, we add the acronym to abbreviation. Then the W3C, they said, oh, it's too difficult for developers to distinguish between acronym and abbreviation. So they put it as abbreviation, that's all what's there. They removed the acronym. If you talk nowadays to content strategists, you talk to journalists, writers, authors in them, they know. And they're not happy with that there's only abbreviation. The thing is, ouch, go back. Hello? Ah! Sorry for that. It happens when you use these things. Okay, sorry. We're all friendly here, hopefully. So I have to press this button here. Yeah, you see? Hypertext is one word, not two. So it's an abbreviation. An acronym is where everything is that. It's separate. So CSS, they both are correct. But still, the acronym is still not part of the spec. And it should be. It should be. But while you think about people nowadays, they work a lot with content, and it should be there. And I'm not feeling happy. Don't know how you. Anybody deals with content? So something should be done actually about that. So both are correct. Okay. There's another thing what gives me a bit the creeps. When we had recently Corona, and everybody went online. And what happened then is you have webinars, meetups, you start, there's no meetup in person, so everything is online, everybody is online. And you find in Philadelphia a meetup talks about you're interested in, and it's across the globe. What happened now is we have the spec for date and time. And I notice I have been missing quite a few webinars because of the time zone. What they start doing, you got here, not the right button, we got here the UTC. It's cool. It's good having that. Yeah? You can calculate from that. Not for a normal person, oh, it's that time zone. You look up on the website, when is the time? Okay? Well, in my zone. So we go from PST, Pacific Standard Time, or PT, Pacific Time, to BST, or GMT. Cool. Now what happens is that in the States, that one changes at a different time as you change the BST to GMT. So sometimes you miss out by an hour. And then we have, as an example, in America or Los Angeles, it's probably also very difficult for a user or for a web developer to get that right, get it in. What do I have to type into that? American, Los Angeles. You have to look it up, and instead of using really the PST. So it would be probably very desirable having the PST, the GMT, and around the globe, them also in that standard. It would make things easier and let the browser calculate that. Okay, moving on. Second languages. So often we see, and I like to look at those pages, these websites, restaurant websites, they're really cool. Has anybody experienced looking at a menu on a restaurant site? Mostly you end up straight away with a PDF and don't think about the mobile. On the desktop you've got even difficulties to see what do they serve, what's on the menu. So, and don't expect at that moment when you look at an Italian restaurant that they really give you the nice thing in Italian or in French. Do they mark it up as a second language? But it's what you need to do. So the second language ends up as garbage while it's just within English. And then I had once a project, I've been working on that, to add a second language within a sentence, within a paragraph. And it took me quite a while to figure that out. And, no, back, there we go, come on. There, okay, sorry, wrong button. Again, so we can start a paragraph. We have here English, we said English, it's fine. Then we come here and we have a DFN, definition. Well, it's cool, I had to abuse it. There is no trans-L tag. So, and I set the language to Sanskrit. And that's what I typed in. So, you know, you get special characters there, and I quickly can show you the example, how it looks when I have to get over here again. Okay, can I do that? Yeah, all right, there it is, the example. No? It's not displaying that. Sorry. This drives me nuts here. Okay. I have to explain it then. So you hover it with a mouse, yeah? You hover it, and you get this text comes out. But the tricky thing is, and I had a few conversations with Leonie Watson about that, it's about the screen reader. What will the screen reader do at that moment? And it goes straight at that moment in here into the other language, yeah, and takes that as Sanskrit, as an example. You hover it with the mouse, with the cursor, and it gives you this text. Well, it's good. I came across some organizations, and they have thousands of pages where they use second language word within the paragraphs. And they don't do it. It's all English. So all the efforts they do, and they want to get it right, it fails. It's just seen as English, and it's garbage comes out. And that's what we don't want. Okay, so code quality. Code quality is so important. It's imperative that we get it right and ensure all your code is clean and also nicely readable to others. So when you often look into your code and you see generated code, it's a mess. Can you read it? No. So become also aware of your code's back-end performance. What's at the back end, especially using React. So and you ensure accessibility of your code. Yeah. Consider your code's performance in the browser, and this is a thing. If the browser has to calculate it, as an example, closing tag is very tolerant, but for a browser it still needs to calculate while it runs through. So it adds up to sustainability, and that's all what I can say about that. It really adds up, and we need to become aware that everything we do in code, it gets many times translated until it reaches the core. Yeah. If you compile code, it clicks into assembler and it goes down into macro code, into microcode. It gets many times translated, so we need to get aware of that it's not straight there. So what is quite fantastic right now is the W3C came out with sustainability guidelines, and part of that is write clean code, please. Right, key takeaways. Validate all your web pages to a W3C standard. I think this is, yeah. And fix it, please, fix it. Warnings, errors, you created that. You are responsible. Pen test your website before shipping. Become aware of the security rules, yeah. So, and educate your peers and website owners, especially on web standards. I think this is so important. So, is it a professional or professional looking website? Validation will tell you. Thank you. You get some contact details here. I hope it was right. Thank you. Good. Right.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, sorry for the pressure.
Don't worry, it's fine.
It's good.
So, whilst Amy is plugging in her computer, we're going to show you a quick video. This video is, come on, by an educator called Chris Ferdinandi. He has a website called Go Make Things, and he has loads of courses about JavaScript, but vanilla JavaScript, and his courses are phenomenal. I've done most of his courses, and he's taught me so much. He also has a newsletter, and every day, I don't know how he does it, but every day he sends out a tiny snippet of JavaScript and explains exactly how it's working. And it's fantastic. So we've got him to give us some videos just so that we don't have to watch the speakers switching over. So I'm going to give you Chris's first video.
Hi, I'm Chris Ferdinandi, the Vanilla.js guy. I teach people how to build a simpler, more resilient web over at gomakethings.com. And today, I'm going to share a series of short talks about cool browser native features with you. First up, web components. Web components are a collection of technologies that you can use to create reusable custom elements with built-in interactivity, automatically scoped or encapsulated from the rest of your code. They have a wide range of features and functionality, some good, some bad, and some ugly. But today, we're going to look at how to create your first web component using the most cliché of examples, the counter button. And yes, I did click that button 42 times instead of just hard coding in the number. To get started, we'll create a custom element. You can name it anything you want, but it must include at least one dash. Single word web components are not allowed because those are reserved for native elements. In this case, we're going to call ours counter-button. Next, we need to register it with JavaScript, and we can do that with the custom elements define method. With this method, we pass in the name of our custom element as the first argument, and a class that extends the HTML element object as our second. When our page loads, this will automatically find any custom elements with the name that we provided and instantiate a new instance of our class on them. Now that we have our custom elements and we've defined them, we're going to actually render some HTML into the UI for them. And to do that, we need to use the constructor function inside our class. The constructor function runs when a new instance of the class is created. In it, we'll run the super method to make sure that we have access to the parent class, which in this case is the HTML element object, and all of its properties. Next, we'll add a property to track the number of clicks. In this case, we're going to call it count. We're going to attach it to this, the current element being instantiated by this class, and we're going to give it a default value of 0. You can think of this like component state in your favorite JavaScript library or framework. And finally, we'll use the inner HTML property to render a button into the custom element, which is the item assigned to the this keyword, and we'll include our count state property as part of that text. Now a button is automatically rendered into the UI whenever we include our custom element. And if we jump over to the browser, you can actually see I have 3 buttons. Each one says clicked 0 times as its default value. When the button is clicked, we want to increase our count by 1 and update the UI. Web components have a handful of lifecycle functions that run when various things happen, just like a lot of state-based UI frameworks do. One of those, the connected callback function, runs when the custom element is loaded into the DOM. We'll use that to add a click event listener on our custom element. In this case, we need to save this to a variable because we need to be able to access it inside our callback function. Inside that callback function, we are going to increase our count state by 1, and then we're going to use the text content property to update the text inside our button to display the new count value. Now, whenever a button is clicked, the count and the UI are automatically updated. If we jump over to the browser and I click, you'll notice each button maintains its own state, and clicking or toggling one button doesn't affect the others, but the UI automatically updates. And with that, you've just created your first web component. You can access the source code from this talk and dig deeper into web components over at gomakethings.com/SOTB. And I'll be back later with another Speedy Dev Insight.
He's probably not awake yet, but he'll be online and he'll be on Discord later. So chat to Chris and tell him what you think of his videos. I love them. We've got 2 more of Chris's videos coming up. But next up, we have Amy. So I went to a talk, I went to a conference last year at Conway Hall. Nice place. I'm sure you've all been there before. It was a talk about design systems. And Amy's talk was about socialism and design systems. And at the end of that talk, not only did I want Amy to come to talk at my event, I just wanted to see her talk again and again and again. The talk, at the end of that talk, I tweeted out, Amy Hupe for Prime Minister. And I stand by that today. So last year, we met again at FFConf. Go to FFConf, it's awesome. We talked and talked and talked, and she ended up meeting me and a guy called Josh, and she bullied Josh into letting her talk at Josh's event. That's exactly what happened, wasn't it? And you stalked him all the way back to Leeds on a train. Yeah. But she gave then a talk at All Day Hey about some news that happened on the day at FFConf. She found this blog post about this man, but I'm not going to talk any more about that. Just go and find it. It's on Josh's website. It's a freaking amazing talk. So at that time, I said, I want you to speak at my event. And we spoke long and hard about backwards and forwards about what she should talk about. And Amy is the design systems goddess. That's what we're going to label it. I've got other things that people told me over the past weeks, and I'm not going to say any of those. She blew me away. And earlier this year, she came to me and she said, Dave, I don't want to talk about design systems. I hope you're okay with that. And I said, yeah, I'm absolutely fine. Because I know that the power of the words that are going to come out of Amy's mouth. And I'm just waffling now. So I'm just going to hand over straight to Amy. And she's going to talk to us about burnout.
Okay. Thank you. That was a very strange combination of a sort of character assassination and and the highest compliments I've ever been given. So that lends itself well to this talk. So yes, thank you so much for having me. As Dave said, my name's Amy, and I am a content design and design systems consultant based here in the UK. Incidentally, I am actually looking for clients right now. So if you think you'd like to work with me after hearing that and this talk, then you do me a solid. Anyway, so to manage your expectations up front, some things I'm not going to be talking about here today at the State of the Browser are browsers, the state of the browser, web development, or tech. Instead, I'm going to talk to you about existential crisis. Yay! I'm super fun at parties. So historically, I have been somebody who has derived a lot of meaning from my work, and I have worked really hard. Like a complacent little cog in a capitalist machine, I have diligently reduced my identity to my professional endeavours, and I've made my work my entire personality. Oh goodness, was that my hair?
Maybe.
Christ, sorry about that. And anyway, yes, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed my work. Work has provided me with meaning and purpose and something that I consistently felt motivated by, regardless of whatever was happening outside of work. So it was a bit of a curveball for me this year when, in about kind of April time, I found myself feeling a little bit out of sorts. As I finished up a 2-year engagement with my last client, I realised I was in this kind of strange and unfamiliar territory. And as I started thinking about what I was going to do next and who perhaps I wanted to work with, and thinking about what maybe I wanted to work on, I was struck by this really unnerving realisation. I don't care. I don't care about design systems. I don't care about content design. I don't care about tech. I don't care about any of it anymore at all. I literally could not find a single shit to give. I'm going to need your swear jar, I'm afraid, Dave. So no matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't care about work. As I mentioned before, I am looking for clients right now, so if you're up for it, let me know. Anyway, so I thought, okay, I have been pretty flat out. I've been working quite hard for the last couple of years, so maybe I just need a break. So I decided I was going to take a couple of months off to recharge. So I took some trips. I went off to Paris. I drank wine with my best friend, and I suffered the most luxurious hangover I think I've ever had in a fancy hotel. I went to Amsterdam. I got cataclysmically high, and I took generic photos of bicycles propped up against railings. I took days off to go to Instagrammable art installations here in London in an effort to try and reignite some creative energy. And at the end of it all, I still found myself here, staring into the void, feeling completely uninspired and empty and lacking any motivation to get back to work. So this was starting to get quite serious. So I brought out the big guns. In an effort to try and understand where exactly this blockage was coming from, I started journaling. I wrote pages and pages of introspection and streams of consciousness, and I made lists, and I delved deep into my psyche to try and make sense of why I had hit this metaphorical brick wall. And as I journaled, I started to notice this theme on the pages, this persistent thought that kind of kept coming up over and over. When I thought about work, the overriding sentiment I had was, it all means nothing in the end. In the end, none of it really matters. Design systems or content design, tech, work, it's all just meaningless nonsense. Again, just to mention that I am very much available for new clients right now, so hit me up. He's taking photos of this, and I'm like, don't put this on the internet. Anyway, so, but it is all just meaningless nonsense, isn't it? If we're being really honest, at some point in kind of 10 or 20 or 100 years from now, no one's going to remember any of these things that we've said or done. So why actually bother? And this was quite the turn of events for me. As I said, I had been very kind of motivated by my work. So I needed to take a few steps back and think about how I got here. How did I, somebody who was historically very career driven, get to this point of total disengagement? Well, there's a few factors. So the first one is that I have been dealing with a series of personal events this year, which I'm not going to talk about in detail, but which have definitely contributed to this sense of kind of futility and insignificance around my career. So with so much to navigate in my personal life, it's not really any wonder that my career has kind of fallen to the bottom of my priority list. And this has been especially tricky because in January 2020, I decided to leave my last permanent role and start contracting and consulting. So I set up my own company, it's called Frankly Design, and I began working with external clients. And I will say on the whole, this has been a really good move and one that I'm super proud of. But it's definitely shifted things in terms of how I get a sense of my progress and how well I'm doing. I don't have a boss anymore. I don't have things like one-to-ones or performance reviews or salary bands or seniority levels to think about in the same way that I did when I was permanent. And I had underestimated, I guess, how much those things had provided a framework for me to get a sense of achievement and how well I was doing. So without them, I often feel as though I'm maybe drifting or even flatlining. How do I know if I'm progressing, or what does a good year look like when I'm the only one at my company Christmas party? Which makes me sound kind of sad. And then there's the focus of my career itself. So for the past few years, my main focus has been on design systems. And sorry, I know there was a show of hands for this before, but is there anyone in the room that works on design systems? Okay, a few of you, yeah. So you will know that they can often feel like a real uphill struggle. Design systems involve a lot of organisational change, which means that we sometimes, for those of us working on them, feel like we're kind of constantly working against the people and the organisations around us. And when we're successful, I think this work can be immensely gratifying, but we are not always successful. And even when we are, quite often the journey of getting there leaves us feeling quite burnt out and depleted. To compound this, I don't know if you've noticed, but my God, the absolute state of the tech industry right now. If the offensive lack of diversity, the incessant bloviating about JavaScript frameworks, the willful ignorance about accessibility, thankfully not in this room I don't think, but in general, ChatGPT and Elon Musk were not enough to make you want to crawl into a very dark, deep hole. We are now dealing with widespread layoffs. And on top of this, there is the small matter of the fucking world being on fire. So between the pandemic and the climate crisis, rising and increasingly mainstream attacks on trans people, the war in Ukraine and the resulting threat of nuclear Armageddon, I think it's fair to say that the last few years have been, to borrow a quote from Succession, quite the shit show at the fuck factory. And this point in particular is something that I know has altered the relative importance of work for a lot of us. So I'm sure lots of you remember this spate of articles back in 2022 and heated Twitter discussions around it about quiet quitting. So this apparent tidal wave of employees mentally checking out, viewing work with increasing cynicism and reducing their input to just the bare minimum required to keep their jobs. And we saw article after article talking about the end of ambition collectively, so this widespread change in our attitudes to work, and this exponential trend in people rejecting the idea that our careers should be a source of fulfillment and purpose, and choosing instead to concentrate on more meaningful things like our friends and our family and our hobbies and our lives outside of work. And I'll say now that I do think that caring less about work is completely fine. We have been served this idea for such a long time now that our careers are deserving of the absolute majority of our attention and our energy, our time, and should be our main concern. And we've been completely overfed this glamorized portrayal of hustle culture, and I think many of us have just had enough, and I absolutely think that that's okay. But I also think that making work completely meaningless is probably not going to make us happy either. Because the hard facts are that for most of us, we still need to work for a significant proportion of a 9-to-5 day, at least 4 days a week, to survive, because capitalism. And And although I definitely don't want to dissuade anyone from starting a socialist revolution, I think that probably for most of us here that feels a little bit unrealistic, right now at least. So what do we do about it? If we have to keep working, how can we make work mean something? I did actually write these exact words, "It all means nothing in the end," in my journal one day. And as I looked at them, something else started to emerge. Something to do with means and ends. And what I realised is that I had completely lost touch with my sense of purpose. And my work, which had once just been a vehicle for my values and the things that I actually cared about, had become work for the sake of work. My career had once just been a means to an end, but it had now become the end itself. And that's the thing that I needed to change. So I realised I needed to take a step back and think about why I had started to work in this space in the first place. So what was it about design systems and content design and tech in general that drew me in, and that I saw as a kind of an opportunity to make the kind of mark that I wanted to make in the world? And as I was thinking about this, I remembered an exercise that I did as part of a coaching course a few years ago called the Courageous Leadership Programme, and it was run by Sarah Wachter-Becher, who some of you might be familiar with as the co-author of Design for Real Life and the author of Technically Wrong. And I want to make it very clear that I'm not being sponsored by Sarah to promote her books or her coaching services, but I am a very hardcore fangirl, and I would absolutely recommend engaging with her services and her work, because it's had a huge impact on how I think about my work. So in the course, Sarah talks about finding your core perspective, which she defines as the intersection of your skills, experiences, and values. And it's the combination of these three factors together that give us our unique lens on the world, and they usually inform the career path that we take. So for me, they look like this. The things that I'm good at are communication, working with other people, being perceptive of the needs of those around me and the people that I encounter through my work, being analytical, and I'm a good systems thinker, so I can see how different people and parts and processes connect to each other and to a bigger whole. In terms of my experiences, very early on in my career, I remember feeling completely bewildered by the kind of corporate jargon that was being thrown around at the company that I worked for, and hearing these acronyms and these obscure project names and these very strange turns of phrase and sort of terminology made me feel like I was less capable or knowledgeable than those around me. And when I finally did realise that it wasn't me and that this kind of language is just alienating by design, I became determined to rally against it for the remainder of my career. Then, working in hospitality in my teens also meant that I got really good at building relationships and dealing with difficult customers, and this has been immensely applicable to my work as a consultant. And then on top of that, I didn't really have the easiest childhood. So my parents separated when I was really young. I ended up living with my dad, and I was a pretty kind of anxious and quiet kid, which is quite hard to imagine now, I know. And in secondary school, I was bullied quite badly for a period of time. And all of this made me really sensitive in the best way possible to the struggles that people face. And I felt like I wanted to do something that would make a difference to the quality of people's lives. And these experiences informed my values. So I really care about inclusivity, and I believe that everyone has a right to access the information and services that they need and to participate in the spaces that they work in. I also try to champion and exhibit vulnerability. Sorry, something backed up there. This is what happens when you work on your slides in the morning of the conference. Because I think that doing so connects us and it helps us to open up and bring our full selves to work. I also try to work hard to make things more equitable by shifting power from those who have far too much of it into the hands of those that find themselves systematically disempowered and discriminated against. I believe in transparency, that as individuals and organisations, we should be honest and transparent about what we're doing and why. And something that I want to add and acknowledge at this point is that all of this is underpinned by something else about me, which is that I have a lot of privilege. So I am a woman, which is not always a picnic, but I am also white, I'm financially secure, I'm educated, I'm still just about young enough to be considered relevant in tech, and I am cis and I'm not disabled. And I have to acknowledge that because it is important, it's relevant, and I have to decide what I'm going to do with it. And so from here, I wrote a statement that brings all of this together, and this is my core perspective. As someone in a position of relative power and privilege who has experienced exclusion, I want to champion inclusivity. I believe that people can bring value and make positive change when they are validated and empowered to participate. This, I believe, is my purpose. This is the end goal for me. This is what I actually care about, and content design and design systems and the work that I do are just my current best means of achieving it. And I realised I needed to hold myself to this to find meaning in my work again. But having a purpose in isolation is not much use. It's not really enough just to know what our purpose is. To actually find meaning, we have to find ways to fulfil that purpose, and that means setting goals. So let's talk about that. So there are lots of different models for goal setting, and most of them make me want to push forks into my eyes. So here is what I like to think about. When I'm setting goals, I like to ask myself, does this connect to my purpose? Do I actually care about achieving this goal? Is this a goal that I actually can achieve? And how will I know if I'm making progress? So let's take a quick look at each of these, starting with goals that connect to purpose. Now, as a reminder, this is my core purpose, and the important bits for me here when it comes to goal setting are that I want to champion inclusivity, that I want to validate other people, and I want to empower other people. And so when I'm setting goals, I need to think about whether they connect me to this. So if we look at a goal that I started the year with, I decided that I wanted to work on a design system that enables content localization. And if I'm honest, I am not all that intrinsically interested in this. But as somebody who works at the intersection of content design and design systems, this felt like something that I would like to be able to say that I had done. I don't know a lot of design systems that do this well. If you do, please let me know. But I figured maybe I could make a name for myself if I could be somebody who could do that. But this doesn't have any connection at all to my purpose. It's just a portfolio piece. So a better goal, and one that I'm working towards now, is to work on a design system that prioritizes accessibility and inclusion, even over aesthetics. Now, this might involve content localization if it's for a global organization, but it's not the point of it. The point is to make sure that I'm using design systems work as a mechanism for making the kind of impact that I'm interested in making. Now, this is one of many goals that I could have chosen that connects to my purpose, but it's one that actually gets me fired up, so I actively want to pursue it, which leads me on to having goals that I actually care about achieving. Now, another goal that I could have set myself, and one that I have thought about many times over the years, is learning to code. So I'm in that strange position of being someone who works in tech and in a very technical space, but not being a developer. So learning how to code, I thought, would maybe empower me to build some of the things that I would like to build for myself without needing outside support. It seems like a cool thing to be able to do. Congratulations to all of you who can do it. And you know, if I can make that code accessible and performant, then it connects me straight to my purpose. But what I've come to realise is that there is a reason that I'm not a developer. I actually like being a content designer and a team leader, and I like working with brilliant developers who I can absolutely count on to take care of this. So when it comes to code, the thing I actually do care about is documentation. And so a much better goal for me is to focus my efforts on training developers on how to write documentation in a way that's inclusive. I started doing this a couple of months ago, and honestly, it makes my heart sing. Writing and running training was very much a new skill for me, but it's one that I genuinely felt fired up about acquiring. And it did take me out of my comfort zone, so I had to learn a lot of new skills to do this, but I knew it was within my capabilities to do. And that leads me on to setting goals that we actually can achieve. So we're often encouraged to shoot for the moon when we're goal setting. So we we're told to kind of set our sights ridiculously high on the basis that even if we don't quite achieve what we want to, we'll discover that our abilities far outstretched what we imagined. But honestly, and I know this is not a particularly sexy take, fuck moonshots. Moonshots came straight from the capitalism playbook, and I hate them. Just fuck aiming for an unattainable vision. All it does is just wear us down. And the thing about setting achievable goals is that you actually get to feel a sense of achievement, rather than thinking about all the things that you didn't manage to do. I am not interested in setting a trap for myself to fall into and burning myself out in the process. An example of this that I genuinely wrote down at the start of the year was to write a book about how design systems contribute to systemic harm. So casual. And you know, this is actually something that I want to do. It's a subject that I feel really, really passionately about, and it is actually relevant to my purpose. But if I expand on the question slightly to ask, is this a goal I can actually achieve given my current resources, time, and energy? The answer is absolutely fucking not. The fact is that I just do not have the bandwidth right now to write a book. I am way too burnt out, and I know that all it would do is make me feel like a failure. And so instead, I decided to make a podcast about it. This was a much more attainable way for me to explore and communicate about this subject. And I only went and bloody did it. It's called Systems of Harm, and if you don't mind me doing a very quick shameless plug, it's available now on all good podcasting platforms. And the nice thing about this goal is that it was very, very specific and measurable. So I set out to make and publish a podcast, and I did it. And that links to my final consideration, which is how will I know if I'm making progress? So not all goals are as finite and specific as making a podcast. Sometimes we just want to deepen our knowledge about a subject, or we want to develop new skills in a certain area. And these kind of goals can be harder to measure, but it's so important that we can see that we're making progress, because not doing so is a recipe for burnout, and I'll explain why. So the term burnout was first coined by Herbert Freudenberger in 1975, and it was characterized by these three components. The first one was emotional exhaustion, so the fatigue that comes from caring too much for too long. Then there is depersonalization, which is the depletion of empathy, caring, and compassion. And finally, we have a decreased sense of accomplishment, so this unconquerable sense of futility and a feeling that nothing we do is ever enough. And it's this third component that makes it so important for us to support our goals with progress markers, because if we don't, we are just running on a treadmill and taking actions without any sense of really moving forward. And this leaves us with no sense of satisfaction or reward, and that's what burns us out. So what have we learned? The combination of a core purpose and goals that help us to fulfill that purpose and a way of measuring our progress is what gives our work meaning. But there is a really important caveat to this, and that is that this is only true if those things come from within us and not from other people or institutions. We cannot rely on external sources to tell us what matters or whether or not we're moving in the right direction. And this leads me into the last thing that I want to talk about today, which is disconnecting from external validation. So a really hard and painful realization that I've come to this year is that I have relied far too much on other people to give me a sense of myself. I have needed recognition and praise and acknowledgement to make me feel valid and successful, and I have done things that I didn't really want to do or care about in pursuit of other people's approval. And one way I discovered this was by becoming self-employed. So as I mentioned, I stopped working in-house nearly 4 years ago now. And it's only recently, in light of this kind of burning-outy existential crisis, grumpy cat vibe, that I've begun to realise how much my sense of purpose and my progress has historically come from corporate career progression frameworks. Without someone else telling me that I'm exceeding expectations, or acknowledging my work with a pay rise or a bonus, or changing my job title to move me up the ranks of some professional hierarchy that someone else has decided, how do I know if I'm doing a good job? And even though I moved away from this in quite an absolute way, I think this is a helpful question for all of us to ask, because if our only sense of validation comes from our employers giving us pay rises and promotions and good performance reviews, then the absence or removal of those things is guaranteed to leave us feeling invalid. And I'm not saying that these things aren't important, because they are, right? We all need money to live, and we all need feedback and positive reinforcement, and that's normal, but it's a question of how much power we want to give to them. If we make these things the sole metrics against which we measure our success and the things that we allow to motivate us, then we're putting our sense of self-worth entirely into the hands of something that could be taken away. And that leaves us in quite a vulnerable position. And this wasn't the only way that I was overvaluing external validation, she says to you from a stage. So, like a lot of us, I expect, I was using social media to give me a sense of validation. In particular, Twitter, I beg your pardon, X. Or nowadays, X, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Threads, unless we forget how we've all gone crawling back to LinkedIn. Of all the abhorrent things that Elon Musk has done, the way that he has forced me to re-engage with LinkedIn is something I will never forgive him for. Now, I used to share a lot of my work on Twitter, chasing the dopamine hit of likes and comments and engagement to make me feel successful. And the recent fragmentation of the social media landscape has really highlighted how flimsy it all is. If validating ourselves with corporate gold stars puts us in a precarious position, then looking to social media to give us a sense of self-worth is even more risky, because as we've seen, it can so easily be taken away. So again, we have to ask ourselves, how do I know if I'm doing well, if I'm not collecting likes? Because the other thing about using social media engagement or other types of external validation as a means of motivation or a measure of success is that it is a race to the bottom. It will never really feel like enough. Am I happier now with 10,000 followers on Twitter than I was when I had 10, or when a tweet gets 100 likes instead of 3? Not really, honestly. I have become desensitized to it, so it takes more and more to make me happy. And it has been designed that way, right? If it could be completed, then we wouldn't keep going back. And so it keeps us on this kind of hedonic treadmill. And it is, to put it bluntly, it's an unwinnable game designed to make us feel shitter the more that we play. And it is the poison that promises to be the antidote. Having said all of that, I want to acknowledge that we will never completely stop needing external validation. We are a social species, and we need each other, and we need acknowledgement from time to time. We all need that. But to cultivate true meaning, we have to answer to ourselves first and foremost. So, where does all of this leave us? How do I cultivate a sense of meaning now, if not from other people's approval? I asked myself a few questions. Am I fulfilling my purpose? Is what I'm doing day to day making the kind of difference that I want to make in the world? Am I making progress against my goals? Even if those goals are modest, or even if my steps towards them are minuscule, am I still moving forward? Am I looking a little bit less like this traumatized fox? I am getting there slowly. And most importantly of all, am I enjoying how I'm spending my time? Is any of those things actually making me happy and inspired and energized and connected to people, and all of those things that I want to feel as much as I possibly can? And this last point is the most important, and it's where I want to finish up today. I started this talk by saying that it all means nothing in the end. And in some ways, I still think that that's true. I do hope that I'll get to make a difference during my brief stint on this planet. But one day I am going to die, sorry to tell you, and I won't be taking any of it with me. I do believe that the mark that we make matters. So the end matters. And if I've made the kind of difference to the things that I want to change by the time that my number's up, then I will die a little bit happier. But the means matter too. How we get there matters. We need to know where we're heading to, and we need to derive meaning from the journey and the destination. And the good news is that we get to decide that. It all means nothing in the end, but only if you let it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Is it working? Yeah. My slides, please. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. That was brilliant. Michael, thank you very much. Amazing. I went to a conference on Thursday because I didn't have enough to do running this. So I thought I'll go to Manchester, and I went to conference. And it was run by Luke Murphy. It was all about design systems. Amy spoke there, and it was brilliant then as well. And I don't know how she wrote a brand new talk again in the space of a day when she was out partying on Thursday night with me as well. So these things happen. But Luke kept going all the way through there. He kept saying, we're on time. I don't think he was doing it right, because we're falling a bit behind, but we'll make that up at some point during the day. So go out and get some break, go out and get some coffee and whatever they've provided. I have no idea. Somebody else organised all of that. I'm just here to do the talky bits. So go have a quick break. We're going to set up for the next speakers, and then we'll kick off again in about 10 to. Cool. Thank you. whilst we're doing this technical stuff, because it's a tech conference, I'm going to tell you a little story. So, why did I print out save icons to give to you to put around your neck? So I mentioned last year, who knows what one of these really is, for one thing? Okay, who has never used one of these in their life? There's got to be some of you in this room. Okay, so those people who have never used one of these in their life, you know what it is, right? Yeah, you know what it is. Do you know how big it is? How much storage is on this thing? You've used one before. Yeah, they're big ones. They're big ones. So on the storage on this thing is 1.44 megabytes. And in my previous life, I was a teacher, and in the school, we had some computers, and I had a computer at home. So they told me that I was also the computer technician, the computer teacher, and anything to do with any computers in the school. And I had to install Microsoft Office on all of the computers in the room, in the school. There were 42 computers, and Microsoft Office was 32 disks. It took me nearly 3 weeks to install Microsoft Office on all of the computers in the school. It was a nightmare. But that's not why I gave you one of these. Last year, we spoke about websites being too bloated and too much content and too much stuff on there. If your homepage doesn't fit on one of these, you're an idiot and you're doing it wrong. We've all got super clever tools in browsers now. We've got defer. You can say, don't load this until I need it. We've also got lazy loading. So most people don't scroll your websites at all. You know, they go to the page and then they click on the thing at the top. They don't scroll to the bottom of your 3.5 mile long homepage with hundreds of bits of content. Nobody's interested. They just go there to get the information they need, and it's never on the homepage. So make sure that any homepage that you build is less than this disk. So we switched speakers because it's more fun that way. And next up, we have Ian. I met Ian I've known Ian for years and years and years on the internet, but I met him for the first time last year. And I nearly missed the whole of FFconf because of it. And it's partly because we've got a massive shared interest in electronic music and instruments and synthesizers. And David, you need to talk to this man. Excellent. So Ian is an accessibility specialist. He works for the Plasilio Group. Is that
TPGI now.
TPGI now. Yeah. They used to be called the Plasilio Group.
Plasilio, yeah.
I'm dyslexic, mate. Leave me alone. And yeah, that's not how you spell Plasilio, Andrew. Sorry. Anyway.
Struggle with that one.
And if you've ever been to any one of our events, certainly State of the Browser, you know that accessibility is very, very important to us. And it's important to everybody. So far, we've had 2 talks, and both of those talks have referenced accessibility. That means the speakers are doing the right thing. I'm going to hand you over to Ian.
Thank you. Right. See, my first thing I was going to say was I actually have no idea what's going to come up on the screen here, and apparently you shouldn't be seeing that, so I need to get this. Hit X. We swapped because we had technical problems, so I haven't actually had a chance to see what was going to show up on screen. So if I do play that, I want to see my presenter notes, and I'm not seeing them. Sorry, this is not what I wanted. Can anyone tell me how I get my presenter slides view on here? Right. Right, so display, where are we, display? Right, okay, what do I need to do here?
And bring it back up.
Stop mirroring.
Yeah.
Right, so if
And
I do
then
play
play.
now. Yay, there we go. That was smooth, wasn't it? You didn't see anything, just pretend the last couple of minutes didn't happen. Okay, right, and relax. So, the presentation is called Accessibility is Easy, except when it isn't. Hi, State of the Browser folks, or as my phone mail app had it, State of the Bro. That's what it showed when my speaker announcement came out. And I have to say, Dave, a bit judgy. I know, I'm old and fat, but I have feelings. Yeah, thank you. Strange, normally we do the thank yous at the end, but I wanted to start by saying thanks to Dave Latore for accepting my proposal to speak here, because I'm not exactly a known quantity on the speaking circuit of late. I've not spoken at a web event for almost 20 years, and only recently broke that drought at CSUN ATC this year in March. For those that do not know, CSUN is the California State University Northridge, and the ATC is the Assistive Technology Conference. For many years, it was the biggest accessibility conference, and I believe it still is the largest for face-to-face conferences. But there are also now some excellent online events, such as ID24, which happened 2 days ago, and AXCON. I mention this because I was petrified at the lead up to CSUN, and I'm shaking right now, at the prospect of public speaking. But in the end, it went well. And afterwards, I was like, yeah, I could do this again. It's amazing how this little wave of relief at the end of the presentation can erase all of those stressful moments in the lead up to it so easily. So I'm looking forward to that same feeling in about 20, 25 minutes, no, 30 minutes actually. I have got my timings right, I think. So after CSUN, I immediately forgot that this was a nerve-shredding experience and looked for speaking opportunities. So yeah, thanks Dave. You could have said no. So a tiny bit about me. I do have a bit of imposter syndrome here because when I look at the list of speakers for this event over the years, it does make me think, what the heck was I thinking? Another reason that I feel like an imposter is because I've only been to one London Web Standards meetup, and my main memory of it was that Jake Archibald was about to head off to Poland for some web conference, I think, and had a copy of Crack Off in Your Pocket, surely the most unfortunately named book in that series. And I'm sure that there was some discussion about web standards, but that's what I remember from the event. And the reason I have not been to many more of these is because I live in the beautiful town of Swindon, so why would I want to leave? The image shown has a very colourful, upbeat Swindon banner, which is somewhat in contrast with what could best be described as a post-apocalyptic view that is Swindon Town Centre. Now, despite my very infrequent visits to events like these, or speaking gigs generally, I have been involved with accessibility for over 20 years. Some of you might also remember this old website that I used to run called Accessify. Emphasis is on used to. The domain still exists, but it's absolute dog shit now. I really wish I'd kept the domain. Now, most of that 20-year stint was as a developer who always wanted to influence and shape accessibility, and often that was a frustrating experience, as I did not have any real power or remit. But I've been working exclusively in the accessibility arena now for around 5 years. And every day, I see the same shit I've been trying to fix for the last 20 years or so. So, what am I going to talk about today? There's the low-hanging fruit. This is the part of the presentation where I explain the where and the why of accessibility being easy. I'll cover just a dash of the basics to show you how simple changes can have a great effect. The t-shirt I am wearing now, courtesy of Steve Faulkner, has the phrase button up buttercup, which can give you a hint about that part. Then, just to show you what some people in this room probably think is fairly simple stuff, I will share some examples of absolute markup horror shows. Finally, I'll move on to the more juicy fruit, where I'll show you some complex UIs that need a little bit more thought. I'll explain the issues they present. It won't be this one. I'll cover what WCAG SCs they fail, and I'll demo fixed versions. Now, I just slipped in some jargon which a good percentage of you probably know, but you know what they say about assumptions.
And everyone knows.
Oh, no audio. We need the audio. Sorry, Rush Tech Check, we haven't got audio running through here. Can I have a little bit of help here, because I'm going to need the audio. Doesn't... Oh, shit. That's not a good move either. I conveniently put water there because I thought I'm going to get a dry mouth. And now I've tipped it all over the lectern. Smooth. Thank you. Yeah, how do I get audio through here?
Have you got audio out?
I need a jack, don't I?
All right.
Sorry, with all the rush to get this working. Yeah, but it's only coming through my speakers. It's not coming through there.
Can I?
Mm-hmm. So. Decimator. Can we just HDMI? I'll put there.
Ah, yes. Don't know if that does.
Right, we'll just see if this is going to work. Right. Let's see.
When you make an assumption, you make an ass out of you. Induction.
Right. Well, that ruined that one, didn't it? Okay, yeah, yes, that's right, Samuel. So let's get some of the jargon out of the way for those who may not be familiar. WCAG is Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. These are the W3C's guidelines for how we should create web content to make it accessible. I think we're on safe ground here and we don't need to explain what W3C is. SC is success criterion. In the WCAG guidelines, issues that may affect users are grouped into 4 main categories: perceivable, operable, understandable, robust. And they are numbered. When auditing a website, accessibility nerds have very dull conversations or arguments that consist primarily of numbers. That's definitely a 1.1.1 failure, but it's also a 2.5.3, plus there's a 1.4.11 issue to flag. Like Amy with her existential crisis, we are also fun at parties. ARIA is Accessible Rich Internet Applications. This is a set of documentation that defines ways to make web content and web applications more accessible to people with disabilities, especially with dynamic content. ALI, this is the abbreviation that you will often see for accessibility. It's an A, then 11 for the number of characters that have been removed, then a Y. Is it pronounced ALI, ALI, A11Y? Depends on who you ask. I go with ALI, so in case I say that, I try to avoid saying it, but if I do, that's what I mean by it. And finally, there's AT for assistive technology. Typically, we're referring to screen readers, but it can include more things like, for example, refreshable braille displays. Right, let's start with the basics. The old classic, a button. Some of you might be thinking, oh no, not this old chestnut again. And I completely agree. At a recent conference I attended, there were 3 presentations back to back that all gave the example of using a button, and I thought I'd gone to ButtonConf by mistake. Actually, there is a ButtonConf that exists. I was trying to Google to try and find a funny image or whatever, and turns out there is one. It's got nothing to do with buttons. Go figure. So I'm guilty of it too, having written an article covering this very issue and related issues on the TPGI blog. But it is a useful way to make a point, so I will cover this very briefly. If you are repurposing non-semantic div or span elements as buttons, you will need to make sure that they are keyboard focusable and operable with tab index, that they are exposed to assistive technology as buttons using the HTML role attribute. You'll need to style them with CSS to look like buttons. To be frank, you'd probably want to style native buttons with CSS too. And scripts are needed to ensure that states are updated and correctly conveyed to assistive technology, such as, is the button pressed, is this thing expanded? And you're creating yourself a lot of work, and it's not particularly robust. So you could just use a button. Now, using real buttons is all well and good, but it can only get you so far. For most sites, this will represent just a small percentage of the UI of your interactive elements. Of course, unless of course, your website is pretty much only a collection of buttons, like a soundboard. Now, if your website were just a collection of buttons, you can very quickly improve the accessibility of it by changing from non-semantic divs to buttons, particularly if you've not made those buttons keyboard operable. If I were building a soundboard, I'm not going to lie, it would probably be a fart soundboard. Now, here's the markup with non-semantic divs. Not accessible at all. And here's the fixed version for this pretend soundboard, where the only change is literally to swap the div elements for buttons. Minimal changes in the markup, but big improvements for accessibility with barely any overhead. Actually, I lied when I said that it was a pretend website. Because to create the screenshots of the UI and the underlying markup, I obviously had to build something. And it's just not within me to create an inaccessible farting soundboard. So yeah, that exists. I'm not demoing it, but there is a link to the fartboard at the end for people with a similar mental age to me when it comes to jokes. Now, you would think the buttons are a pretty simple thing and people should get them right, but time and time again I've been proved wrong. Recently I saw this tweet which read, "Senior developer quiz using only HTML and no JavaScript. Make a link that will navigate to another page." Now, it's supposed to be sarcastic, but really it's painfully on the money. Developers with galaxy brains in many areas often balls up the most basic fundamentals of the web, and you cannot get much more fundamental than links and buttons. Some of you may be thinking, this is just hyperbole. People don't screw things up that badly, do they? I fear that this audience may not have seen some of the horrors that I have seen, so let me share some with you now. We have a channel in Teams at TPGI which, well, basically we share examples of this sort of stuff. It's, what's it called? Didn't Hit the Markup is the channel name. So we get some real beauties which we share, and this is just a small selection of some of them that we've come across. First one, is this a link put? It's a button implemented as an input with type equals button, which is not a common approach, but it is still valid HTML. But then why not wrap that in a link and then remove the link semantics by giving it a role of presentation? Or just use a button. Another classic example of link button confusion, or as we shall call it, the Lutton. Here we have a perfectly focusable link that has a tab index added for no reason whatsoever. Oh, and of course they want it to be a button instead, so we've given it a role of button. It's a logout button, but hey, let's just completely overwrite that logout Lutton with a totally different accessible name of My Account, thus ensuring that dictation software users can't select that Lutton, and non-sighted screen reader users will always log themselves out when they thought they were just going to view their account. Okay, now we have a collection of div elements that really are a list. So, you know, they could have used the proper markup like UL, LI, that sort of thing. But instead, they tried to convince assistive technology users that it's a list by providing an ARIA label of list on the parent container and an ARIA label of list item for each and every item. This is a list item. This is a list item. It's not fooling anyone. Oh, fuck. Scared myself there. What the hell is this? So you take a div, then you redefine it as a button. Then you mysteriously indicate that it is checked with ARIA checked, despite it not being a checkbox. And then just to confuse things further, you add ARIA expanded equals true, which would suggest that it's a disclosure. It's not. And all of that is wrapped around a link, which has no href because it's not a link. It's not a link because inside of that is a heading, an H5 heading. H5, whoever gets there. Seriously, what are people smoking before writing this stuff? The most hilarious part of this is that visually and functionally, despite all that crap markup, this component looked and behaved like a radio button. The animated GIF shows a cat gesticulating in time with the words, "What the fuck are you doing?" I have a theory about how markup like this is created. The video clip shows a mannequin head on the end of a robotic arm, which is then mashed and rolled across the keyboard. It's as good a theory as any. Oh, what happened? I'm scared. You can't just fix any crappy old markup with ARIA. The image shows a red car with the wheels sideways on the front of the vehicle and a bumper that runs down the side, and it says, "We can fix it with ARIA." Remember, the first rule of ARIA is, if you can use a native HTML element or attribute with the semantics and behavior you require already built in, instead of repurposing an element and adding an ARIA role, state, or property to make it accessible, then do so. You can actually fix some pretty atrocious markup with ARIA if you know what you were doing, but it's not robust, it's not right, and if you do, Steve Faulkner, author of the ARIA rules, will come and kick you in the nether regions. In fact, he's here in the audience right now, so he can personally administer a kicking if you try this sort of nonsense. To reiterate, don't make complicated stuff when you can have all that complicated stuff provided for free. The image shows a hideous vehicle that appears to have been made out of a collection of entirely mismatched panels, and the caption reads, "Use a button, but I can make my own button." Right, time for a mini quiz, and there's just one question. I'm going to make it easier, though, by providing multiple choice answers. The question is, what is this thing? It's opened using a button, then shows a menu-like set of options, but it also has a close button and a curtain underneath. Audience participation time. Put your hands up if you think it is a menu. Ooh, no one. A dialogue. Is it a disclosure? I'm quite happy that not many people put hands up, because actually, anyone who had hands up, you're all wrong. It's a dial menu closure. Which, of course, is not a thing, but you try telling some developers that. The point is there are patterns for things that I mentioned, for all of the three things. This dia menu closure has features of each pattern, and frankly, the developers who do this sort of thing need to pick one and do it right. When auditing such things, it's tricky to know sometimes what to report any issues against. Is it a poorly implemented dialogue, or is it a badly implemented menu? Who knows what they were aiming for? Okay, so the examples I'm going to show in the next section are going to be mock-ups or recreations of real interfaces that I've audited. I can't show the real interfaces because of client confidentiality reasons, but these are functionally equivalent to the real thing. Oh, and clearly, as you will see in a moment, I'm not a designer. Okay, so in this example, the user makes a selection from a table of data, and a more detailed view of that data is shown in the right panel. The table is ever present, taking up 3/4 widths, or at least it was in the original version, and the panel for the details is also ever present, taking up the remaining 1/4 width. Is there a pattern for this? Well, there are patterns that exist for various parts of this, the table as a whole, the button elements, but there's nothing that really ties this particular interaction together in any standard way. Now, the challenges this one presented were, how do you make a table row clickable? What's the accessible name that's exposed to AT users? Because there's potentially a lot of wording in that whole, when that whole row is interactive. Now, obviously, this is just dummy data, but in the real thing, there was a lot of information, which would have been a really big accessible name if the whole row was exposed. Managing focus. Should focus move when the row is selected or not, from left to right? And what should be announced for screen reader users? Should it be a summary of the displayed data, all of the data that's displayed? And there was quite a lot of data in some of these, or just a confirmation that the panel is updated. Now, in the original version, the problems that we noted were there was no keyboard operability, first of all, because they were relying solely on a mouse click on the row, so it failed 2.1.1 keyboard. There was no content update provided for assistive technology users when the right section was updated, so it failed 4.1.3 status messages. There were also numerous issues related to color that are not shown in my dull recreation here. So to address the keyboard issue, one cell of the table needed, at least one of the table cells needed a focusable button, which I have lazily indicated here with the eye emoji. As I said, I'm not a designer. The ability to select a row with a mouse can still happen, but you can't wrap a button around a TR. So you have to get a bit more creative with JavaScript to solve that problem, because they do want this whole row clickable. You can't just say, no, you can only have that little button there. To indicate that the row is focused, although technically it's just a child element of the row that's focused, we can use focus within in the CSS. And when a row or button is activated, a brief message is relayed to the screen reader users, indicating that content in the details panel has been updated.
Entering table caption of some kind table. Row 1 view details inside panel, toggle button. Row 2 view details inside panel, toggle button. Results panel updated. Row 2 table cell data.
In the example just shown, each button is focusable with the tab key and is exposed as a toggle button. But I want you to ignore that it's a toggle button, because there isn't really a toggle on-off effect here. And I didn't notice that until I recorded this, and I played it back a little while ago and realised I'd got a slightly older version of this interface. In the final version, it's just announced as a button, which is also nicer for screen reader users because it's just generally less verbose. There's still some issues to address here, though. Larger tables means that multiple tab stops are required for keyboard users to get through the table and into the details panel. In the audited version of this, it was something like a 40-row table. That's a lot of tab stops. For non-sighted and low vision users, getting to the more detailed content revealed on the right is a little bit tedious. And there were no landmarks provided for AT users, which would have provided a quick way to jump between these regions. So we can make a number of improvements here. Firstly, we can reduce tab stops for keyboard users in that table and allow users to navigate using the up and down arrow keys. This means that once the desired row is selected and activated, the next tab stop would be inside. What's going on? Oh. Is everyone cool with purple? I'm going to just move back a little bit. Yeah, the next tab stop would be inside that right panel. We can add landmarks to the two regions, which provides a quick method for screen reader users to jump between the sections. And we could also provide further keyboard support for non-screen reader users who cannot make use of those landmarks. Here we can see the roving tab index in action. So you can see what the key presses are here with shift and tab and arrow keys. So the first element becomes focusable, and then you can navigate up and down using the arrow keys, and then quickly jump to the right-hand section with tab. Now let's take a look and listen to landmarks being exposed to assistive technology.
Landmarks menu. Select a region. Details panel region. You are currently on a region. In heading level 2, details will appear here. Additional details related to the button titled row 7 table cell data.
With hindsight, I would have actually named that first landmark slightly different because it's selector, T-O-R, but it sounds like it's giving a command to select a region. So I'd probably rename that now. It's interesting when you listen back to it, it could be misleading. Finally, here we can see focus being moved between the two sections using left and right arrow keys. So added keyboard support to jump quickly between those two sections. There are still some fine details to consider on this. What if adding left and right navigation with the arrow keys interferes with AT? Could this help actually be a hindrance for some? It might be a good idea to have this sort of keyboard support provided as an optional user preference. We can add ARIA selected on the row to make sure that AT users know which row is currently selected. At the heart of this UI, though, was the question of how to manage or not manage focus. Should you move the focus to that right panel when something is selected instead? If this was treated as a dialogue, if they'd implemented it, because you can have a dialogue that appears on the right that doesn't have to take over the page, then it would have been a no-brainer. You could have used focus to take you to that section and then have some way to jump back, but they didn't have any of that. So it couldn't be implemented as a dialogue, so it needed a bit more creativity. Right, next example I'm going to show you is multi-select menu. In the same way that we often find ourselves saying, why not just use a button? The number of times people reinvent the select element is off the charts. Complicated constructions using various ARIA attributes to allow someone to choose an item from a list are 10 a penny. And in most cases, this comes down to select elements being basically difficult to style, unlike the humble button, which is usually what prompts developers to take this route. It turns out that many of the styling hurdles can be overcome, and Adrian Roselli has covered this in detail in a post entitled Under-Engineered Select Menus. The select element is great for single selections, but if you want multiple selections, it gets a little bit more tricky, and many people struggle with the keyboard operability of this. It's one of the rare occasions where I would recommend complicating the markup just a tiny bit. Okay. So, if you think about it, a multi-select interface is essentially the same as a list of checkboxes. By their very nature, you can select as many as you wish, and in any order. And you don't need to worry about having to remember some quirky keyboard modifier to make multiple selections. There we go. Is there a specific spot that's doing this? I don't know what's going on here. I mean, probably dumping water over the laptop is not a good move anyway, is it? Right, there we go, we're back. Okay, so there's some markup there for the list of checkboxes. It's useful to group the checkboxes in a list because this will then provide AT users with an indication of how many checkboxes are present. Should I just walk off stage? If it were a collection of radio buttons, that number would be exposed by default. Now, if you have a really long list of checkboxes, you might also want to consider using a roving tab index on these, like with the table rows, so that you can easily tab to the next focusable element on the page after the checkboxes. So using the up and down arrow keys to navigate and space to check or uncheck. Now, aside from this being a list of pizza toppings, it doesn't look much like a menu in the web sense of the word. But what if this was presented as a pop-up menu? So it's the same markup, just styled differently. Should you use the defined pattern for a menu for this? You could, and if you do, you should make sure you get it right. But as my earlier examples have shown, people make a mess of such things. But I look at this and I see a simple disclosure, which does require some ARIA, but a minimal amount, which opens a panel containing a list of checkboxes. While it's not as simple to build as a simple multiple selection select, it helps if I can put the brackets on select there. It's arguably easier for users to interact with. So here's how it looks and sounds for a screen reader user.
Choose pizza toppings. Collapsed button main. You are currently choose pizza toppings. Expanded button. Cheese. Unticked tick box. Tomato. Unticked tick box. Pineapple. Anchovies. Spinach. Cheese. Unticked ticked. Cheese. Tick. Tomato. Unticked. Tomato.
Am I going to do it?
Pineapple. Unticked tick
Will
box.
I?
You are currently on a tick box. Ticked. Pineapple. Tick box.
Pineapple on a pizza, controversial. But more than anchovies, really? Okay. In this third example, we'll take a look at a theatre seat chooser. Now, I've not had to audit one of these, but I sure as heck have had to use one plenty of times. In this section, I'm going to show a real example. This is from Cineworld, as it's not one of a client that I've audited. Before I show that, these typically fail on the following. No! Ah! I've spoiled the joke. Pretend you didn't see that as well. Hang on. This went so smoothly in rehearsal. Doesn't help when the speaker notes scroll off screen. I think, that's the end of that section. No. Okay, so before I show that, these typically fail on the following. 2.1.1 keyboard, where there is mouse-only seat selection. I think you know where I'm going with this. 1.4.1, use of color, where the legend for seat types is only differentiated by color. 4.1.2, joke spoiled, name role value, where the seats have no name. I'm really sorry about that. But still, it wouldn't be the first time that you've got unsolicited U2 foisted upon you, right? Okay, let's take a look and listen to Cineworld Seat Picker as I attempt to secure 2 seats for Barbie.
You're one step away from your booking confirmation. It's time to pick your seat. Available. Selected. Booked. Unavailable. Seat unavailable. Accessible. Access companion.
Can we up the volume a little bit? This one's a bit quieter. So that's what the legend sounds like, but ultimately this is actually of no use to non-sighted users because there's actually nothing in this interface that ties this legend to the seat types. When you actually go to pick the type of seat, there's nothing that connects it. So it's just a list of words, really. Well, not wrong, but they're just useless to a screen reader user. When booking a seat in a theatre, cinema, or flight, typically you're presented with this top-down view of the seating arrangement. For a sighted user, it's easy to grasp the layout and pick the seats. For a keyboard-only user, it's not always so straightforward. Here's the experience for a screen reader user having to tab through every single seat implemented as buttons.
Screen. Button. You are currently on a button. Seat A14. Button. Seat A13. Button. Seat A12.
Yeah, okay, we won't go through all of these. So in this 131-seat cinema, the accessible seats are at the back, requiring people to tab through 120 times to get to those seats. But, you know, the funny thing is that when they actually get to those seats, and when they've reached the accessible seats, they won't know because they're not exposed as such.
Button. Seat H2. You are button. Seat H1.
Irony. Selected seats, which are shown in red in the UI, are not exposed as such to AT users. And once a selected seat once a seat is selected, it's set as disabled. The thing is, when you launch this thing, it automatically suggests and picks a seat for you. So a screen reader user going through this doesn't actually know that the seats have been assigned. They don't know those are the seats that they've had assigned for them.
Dimmed button. You are currently on a button. This item is dimmed. Seat D8.
So, you know, there's no way of saying why that is not available, that button. Is it because the seat's been selected, or is it for some other reason that it's unavailable? To give credit where it's due, though, they do at least provide a status update for screen reader users for what seats have been selected after any seat is chosen.
Seat J5. Seats J5, J7 are currently selected.
So that little bit of praise aside, they could do so much better. Come on, there we go. Achieving WCAG AA conformance is good, but it's still really just a starting point. This interface is a classic example of where you can make it so much more useful for everyone. In a recent post on TPGI's blog, my colleague Doug Abrams has covered this in detail, and I encourage you to give this article a read. It's really good. It's called Accessibility Theatre. I won't go into the level of detail that he does in the article now. We don't have time for that. I'll just say that he's considered all of the angles and has come up with a user interface that considers everyone's needs. There's a much better keyboard-only experience. There's clear messaging for non-sighted users about the layout, obstacles, access points, no reliance on colour alone to convey seat status. Here's a quick demo.
Selected toggle button. A2, selected toggle button. A1, selected toggle button. B1, top C1, D1, top E1, top F1, toggle button. G1, H1, H1, H2, toggle button. Next to sound booth. You are currently on a toggle button. Inside a group. To select H1, toggle button. Aisle seat next to left entrance.
Note how the seating can be easily navigated in all directions using the arrow keys, and how seats next to aisles or the sound booth are clearly identified. Come on, come back, there we go. Doug's even made it possible to navigate entire blocks of seats so that you can quickly choose from balcony, mezzanine, etc.
Orchestra left, group, with 12 items. Orchestra center, group, with 24 items. Orchestra right, group, with 12 items. Mezzanine left, group, with mezzanine center, group, mezzanine right. Group, balcony left, group, balcony center, group, balcony right, group, with 12 items.
So, to recap, using the native HTML elements is great, but they can only get you so far depending on the complexity of the UI. And you should reach for ARIA and approved patterns when native HTML elements are not up to the job. For more complex interfaces that have no precedent, use those smaller and medium building blocks as much as you can, and then test, and test again with as much AT and as many users as you can to see if you've hit the sweet spot. Thank you, for real this time.
Thank you, Ian. Brilliant. And I'm just going to move on, because then we'll talk more about that later. But another speaker that mentioned accessibility, his talk was about accessibility. Right, so next up we have another video from Chris.
Hey, Chris Ferdinandi, the Vanilla.js guy, back with another Speedy Dev Insight. This time, I want to show you how you can get two-way data binding and data reactivity with just 15 lines of Vanilla.js. Let's imagine that we have two forms on our page. They both have the same fields in them, but they're in two totally different locations. When someone types in one, we want to automatically update the corresponding field in the other form. If we look at the HTML for our forms, we'll see that each one has an identical name attribute. So that first field has a name of title in both forms. But because IDs must be unique and only used once, the IDs on each field are varied from one form to the other. Each form also has a data form sync attribute on it that we can hook into with our JavaScript. For this challenge, we want to use what's called two-way data binding. What that means is that whenever one of our form fields is updated, we want to update some data object with its value. And whenever that data object is updated, we want to update all of the corresponding fields with that value too. And to make this work, there is an absolutely perfect browser-native JavaScript API that we can use: proxies. A proxy object is a wrapper around an array or object that watches for changes to the object properties and lets you automatically run code in response. we'll create a new proxy with an empty object by using the new proxy constructor. We also need to pass in an object of handler or trap methods as a second argument. We'll pass in an object, and for this one, we only need a single trap method, set. This runs whenever a property value is added or updated. The proxy API has a ton of these, but for this particular project, we just need set. The default behavior for this method would be to update the object key with whatever value was provided and then return true. And you can see this method accepts a handful of arguments, the object being updated, the key to update, and the value to update it to. To update our field, whenever the data object is updated, we can use the query selector all method to find all of the fields whose name attribute has a value equal to the object key that we're updating. So in this case, I'm going to pass key equal or name equals and then the key that we want to update into the query selector all method and assign it to the fields variable. And then we can loop through each of these fields and update its value to whatever value was passed into the set handler. Now, if we update our data object, our form fields get automatically updated too. Let me jump over to the browser and show you. If I open up the console and I type in data title equals so long and thanks for all the fish, you can see that the title on both of our forms is automatically updated in response. To keep both of our forms in sync, we need to also update this data object whenever one of our fields is updated. And we can do that using an input event listener. So we'll attach this to the document so that we can listen for all input events that happen on the page. And inside the callback function, we'll use the closest method to make sure that the field that was updated, the event target, happened in one of our data form sync forms. And if it didn't, we'll use the return operator to end this callback function early. Otherwise, though, we can update our data object with the name of the field and the current value of that field. And when we do this, this will update our object, which will cause the proxy argument to run our set handler function, which will update all of the other fields to match. So just as an example here, how are you today? We can update the title with nice to see you. And you can notice as I type in one of these fields, the other field automatically gets updated to match. You can access all of the source code from this talk and learn more about two-way data binding and state-based UI over at gomakethings.com/SOTB.
Check out Chris's website. His method of teaching is phenomenal. And every single one of his courses, he relies on, although he's teaching JavaScript, he relies more on doing things with CSS and HTML rather than, as Ian's just told us, inventing the web. The web has already been invented, it's been discussed by very clever people, and it's been documented. You don't need to do it yourselves. So, talking on that, are you ready, Killian? Fantastic. Next up, we have Killian. Look at that. It's as though the slides got magically switched. I did them in the wrong order in the first place. But hey, Killian's going to talk to us about exactly that. Don't use JavaScript when you don't need to. So, Killian.
Oop. Okay, now it's a little bit too... I really want to use... Bloop. No, I need to trick it into resizing. Almost there. This one's closer to me. Maybe if we go. There we go. Hi everyone. Except now I lost my speaker notes here. But maybe we can do. Bloop. There we go. Now I'm really here. Hi everyone. I'm here to tell you to stop using JavaScript. Yes. So usually I give this talk to like a full stack audience. So I have this little caveat here that says, "Hoo boy." Of course, that's not needed here. It's hooray! So who am I? I'm Killian. I spent the past 20 years building websites in all manner of technologies. I am part of the Electron governance team. If you're unfamiliar with Electron, it's a framework to make desktop applications using web technologies. So it basically takes Chromium and Node and mashes them together. It's great. I built Polypane in it, which is a browser for developers. And this is what Polypane looks like. I'm not going to discuss it anymore. I just want to mention that because working on Polypane means that I write bucket loads of JavaScript all day, every day, like obscene amounts of JavaScript. So you could actually say I love JavaScript. But I also really like CSS, and I even like HTML a lot. Usually here I switch this out because it's content editable, but to annoy everyone here, I'm not going to do that. So the reason I love all three of these technologies is something called the rule of least power. It's one of the core principles of web development, and it means that you should choose the least powerful language for a given purpose. So on the web, this means preferring HTML over CSS and CSS over JavaScript, because your JavaScript can break. It can fail to load, it takes extra resources to download and run, and it can exclude keyboard users and people using assistive technologies if you don't do it right. The reason is that JavaScript is a programming language, whereas CSS and HTML are declarative. With CSS and HTML, you tell the browser what to do instead of how to do it. The browser will figure out for you how to do it. Of course, your CSS can also fail to load, but all of you write amazing HTML, so your site will still be perfectly accessible. HTML really is the foundation. Do you have any, maybe it's...
Keep on the pressure pad.
So the good news is that browser makers are listening. They and specification writers are rapidly implementing stuff in CSS and HTML that up until a couple of years needed JavaScript. So that's what we'll be discussing today. But the larger point I want you to take away from this talk is that it's very tricky to learn something, because once you've learned something, you don't have to learn it again. You already know it. So if in 2005 you learned how to implement a carousel using JavaScript, then that knowledge stays with you forever. It becomes part of your toolbox, and every time you need to implement a carousel, you can just keep using the same thing, because this is the web, and everything that you build for the web is going to work forever. Caveats apply, but in general, all the crappy code you wrote a decade ago still runs in all the browsers. So there's never really a reason to learn something again, because the old stuff still works for a given definition of works. So the techniques that I'll be teaching today and showing today are cool. But what I want you to take away from this is that just because you know something requires JavaScript, that knowledge may no longer be true. Just because you know something needs a specific browser hack, that may not be true anymore. You can make better websites if you check those assumptions every now and then. So let's get started. It's going to be a bit of a grab bag of features, new and old. Some of them you might know, some of them you might not know. There's going to be a bunch of live demos on a device that's not my own. So expect stuff to break, and if you can, please join me in laughter. So let's get started with something small, custom toggles. So when implementing custom toggles, we often reach for a JavaScript solution that handles the click events and keeps track of all the states of your toggle. But of course, we can do the same with an ordinary checkbox and the checked pseudo class. That means you can have fully interactive toggles. Is this getting worse? You think?
Maybe.
Maybe. We'll see how it goes. So we can have fully interactive toggles using CSS and native browser APIs, and that means that accessibility is done for you. Here on my next slide, oh, there we go. You can see the HTML that we're going to use. There's a label. Inside the label is an input. It's of the type checkbox, and I describe what it is. It toggles my awesome feature. Now, using this instead of some JavaScript solution is already giving us benefits because I can click anywhere inside the label, and the browser has already realized that this entire label is linked to this input because I've put the input inside the label. And that means the entire thing is clickable without an on-click handler that I have to manage. So this is something the browsers already give us for free. Now, of course, I could say we're done here because it's clearly a toggle. And that's nice if you're your own boss, but most of you will work with a designer. And if you show this to your designer and you say, I'm done, they say no. So we have to do a little bit more work. So we're going to add a ton of CSS, and now it's a pretty toggle. What all this CSS does isn't super important, except for that line on top, which says appearance none. So appearance none is a way to tell the browser to please leave this element alone. You see, form elements and images are something called replaced content. And that means that as your browser renders the HTML, they don't actually render something in the place of your form control. They leave a little space. They leave a little space for the image. They leave a little space for the input. Don't worry, I'll put in. It leaves a little space for the browser to replace it with native form controls with a thing that displays your image. Now this is great because the native form controls are provided by the operating system, they behave the same throughout it, etc. But they're also very hard to style because they're not of the web in a sense. With appearance none, you can tell the browser, that's great, but please don't touch my inputs. Please just let me handle everything. And that gives us additional powers because replaced content comes with a bunch of restrictions. One of them is that you can't really style everything about them, but also things like pseudo elements don't work in replaced content. While they work, you can put a before and an after element on replaced content, but because before and after elements are part of the element and the entire element gets replaced, so does your after and before elements. They're gone. Now with appearance none, they come back. And that means that we have extra attributes or extra bits that we can style. So what I've done here is that the input is the background and the before element is the little nib in the toggle. And because we've used the same HTML, all of this is still perfectly interactive. So I can now click my thing, and as you can see, it's now checked. I mean, trust me, it's checked. Okay, so we need to do a little bit more work, and this is where the checked pseudo element comes in. To make that change visible, we can use the checked pseudo element, and this will match whenever the checkbox is, well, checked. So now as I click, again, anywhere in the label, that checked pseudo element starts to match, and my background changes and the before element gets transformed. So there's one last thing to do because we have a very pretty custom toggle now that makes our designer very happy. We still have all the accessibility, but we need to do a little bit more. Because we need to add an outline to the toggle when it's selected by the keyboard. But we prefer not to do that when we click it. You see the focus outline, and I'm sure there's people that are going to disagree with me on that, is there to help people know where they click or where the focus is. But if you already have a mouse and you click the thing, then you know the thing you clicked. So for that reason, a lot of people hide the outline. Please don't do that. Please keep the outline, but only when people interact with it with your keyboard, with their keyboard. Just a moment. There we go. So now as I click it with my mouse, it's clear that I clicked it. But now if I switch to the spacebar, I get this really nice focus outline. And if you've been designing for, more than, or building websites for more than 5 years, you probably know that the outline is this really ugly, dotted, black box around your elements that you can't style, you can't do anything about. But you can, because outline now follows the border radius. So that looks great by default. You can add an outline offset that can go outside of the elements, but also into the elements. So you can have a much nicer outline that even your designer will be happy with. Now, one last thing is that even though we're all used to writing outline none, I want you to start writing outline color transparent instead. The result will be the same because with outline none, the outline isn't there because it's not there. And with outline color, the outline isn't there because it's invisible. But the difference is that when a user uses high contrast mode in Windows or forced colors, that outline is then visible again for people that want higher contrast. I don't have time to go into forced colors and what that actually is. So if you want to learn more about that, I wrote a very long blog post about it on polypane.app/forced-colors. And with this, we've done, everything you want to do for a custom toggle without touching any JavaScript. So while we're working with forms, it's time for a quick one. Data list. So data list is the browser's built-in way to show a list of match suggestions as a user types into an input. It's an auto-suggest, but it's done by the browser instead of by a 400-line JavaScript library. It looks like this, there's an input, and you provide it with a list attribute, and that list attribute refers to the ID of a data list element. You can put the data list element anywhere on the page. It's not rendered, it's display none, so you don't have to worry about that. Now, as I start typing in the input, it suggests to me all the items from the data list, and it automatically filters it down. I can even get an overview of all of them. And, very important, I still have the option to create my own CSS framework. So, Zero JavaScript, quite a lot of functionality. If you haven't used this yet, try it out. In the same vein, instead of shipping like a huge JavaScript color picker with a nice canvas and a full UI, etc., you can let the browser handle it with an input type color. And the nice thing is that this actually gives your user more. So this shows the very nice canvas without you having to ship anything. But because it's the browser, it can actually pick colors from anywhere on the screen. Good luck doing that in JavaScript. And right now the entire screen is the browser, but this specific API also lets you pick colors from outside of the browser. It lets you pick colors from the entire display. So that's pretty neat. And you get it with literally a single line of HTML. It's very hard to beat that. One other thing I want to call out here is that this is an unstyled color input. And we're used to those being ugly white boxes. Whereas this is an ugly dark gray box. And that's because I've used color scheme dark to tell the browser that actually this design is in dark mode. So if you have replaced content, please provide me with dark mode input elements. And the browser then does that for us. Now, if you have a website that has both a dark and a light mode, you can instead say color scheme dark space light, and the browser will dynamically switch between their dark mode and light mode input elements for you. So again, saves you a bunch of code. Okay, 2 small examples. Let's go back to something a little bit more meatier. Complex in-page transitions. So when moving from one section of a page to another, browsers jump by default, like they instantly go to the other part of the page. And this can be jarring and disorienting because you no longer know exactly where you are on the page, how far down are you, what's above it, what's below it. It's much nicer to scroll the user, like gently take him to the next part of the page so that they have a sense of where they are on the page. Now in the past we used jQuery for this with just 7 lines of gorgeous JavaScript and of course hundreds and hundreds of lines of jQuery in the background doing the actual work. And I really like this. I spent many years writing this, but you can forget it because even these 7 lines, which aren't a lot, can be replaced by a single line of CSS. Scroll behavior smooth. This tells the browser to always scroll smoothly when navigating to a fragment identifier, which is any ID on your page, essentially. And now every internal link is magically upgraded. The nice thing here is that whereas with jQuery needed to decide how fast it should go, it needed to wait on the browser to make the animations happen, etc. Here, because CSS is declarative, the browser will figure out everything for you. It figures out how long the animation should take. It makes sure that there's like a decent FPS. It can skip parts if it thinks that's good for the length of the animation. And that means that if you use scroll behavior smooth, it's always snappy. It doesn't hang because there's some random other JavaScript process going on. Now, don't worry, you can still use this in JavaScript as well. Any of the scroll APIs have behavior as a potential option. So, scroll to, scroll into view, etc. And that still saves you a bunch of JavaScript. Now, there's one important consideration here, and that's accessibility. Well, for most people, it's the jumping from one part of the page to another part that can be jarring. People that have vestibular disorders, for them, it's the scrolling that poses the problem, because it can make them nauseous and unwell, and there's a lot of motion that they prefer not to see. Now, browsers have a way of catering to these users with prefers reduced motion. And the way to implement this is to see smooth scrolling as an added behavior. So by default, we choose the accessible version, which is no smooth scrolling. And only when the user has said that they don't mind motion with prefers reduced motion, no preference, do we add the scroll behavior. So smooth. We have native smooth scrolling for the people that want that. We have no smooth scrolling for those that don't. And we're not shipping any CSS. Now that's a great start, but we can add a little bit more, because what if we want to scroll to an element but keep a little headroom? For example, to make sure that our lovely fixed header doesn't overlap the title we just scrolled to. Well, CSS has a solution for that too, called scroll margin. It works the same as regular margin, but it's only applied when scrolling. And there's also scroll padding, which works the same. So now, if I go to my target, you can see that there's still space left above my target so that it doesn't fall under the header. Now, if I scroll back to top, I don't have a scroll margin there. And that means that while it's technically scrolled to the top isn't actually readable because it's behind the header, and I still have to scroll back. Now, this definitely beats manually subtracting the offset in JavaScript before its animation, right? Right? Thanks. So as a finishing touch here, what if we want to highlight our target in some way to give it extra prominence? Of course, we could here use JavaScript to add a class to the target that then adds a transition, but there's a CSS solution for that as well called the target pseudo class. The target pseudo class matches whenever an element is the target, which is the result of clicking a link to its fragment identifier. So if I click to target here, now we get this lovely outline, and we know that we definitely need to look at my middle title. So that means we've built a way to smoothly scroll to a specific section, highlight it, and also keeping space for the rest of the UI. We're doing all of that without any JavaScript. Now, in the previous couple of demos, you saw a header that was fixed to the top of the screen with position fixed. But position fixed is quite difficult to work with because by its very nature, it's taken out of your regular document flow and you really only have the viewport to position it against, which isn't always what you want. Now, in CSS, you can now use position sticky, which behaves as a regular element until it hits certain borders or edges, like top, bottom, left, and right. And then it becomes fixed like, it becomes sticky. So as I scroll these, you can see that this element, it scrolls along with the parent element until it reaches that top 50%, and then it's stuck. This is the exact same CSS, but because the parent element started later, this one still is happily scrolling until it also gets stuck. Now they're stuck together. But as the parent element scrolls further along, you can see that it takes the child element along with it. And the browser takes care of all of the logic here. So definitely something you'll want to try instead of doing some random in-view JavaScript library. Now, what about this other staple of JavaScript scroll-related features? I'm talking about image carousels or sliders. For that, we have these scroll snap APIs. So with scroll snap, we can create sliders that snap to their parent elements in different ways while still accepting native scrolling. So I have a scroll snapping slider here, and as I scroll, you can see that it just follows the mouse like any other scroller. And it's only when I release the mouse that you can see that it snaps to whatever is closest. And this is the way it works. On the parent, you set a scroll snap type that takes 2 arguments, a direction, which is X and Y. It's not block and inline because that would be consistent. It's X and Y. And then you have to tell it how it should snap, which is either mandatory or proximity. So mandatory always snaps, and proximity only when it's close enough to an edge. Which edge? Well, that's where scroll snap align on the child element comes in. That's where you tell it which side to snap on. There's start and there's end for, in English, left and right, or center. And that start and end will switch if you use languages or pages in languages that use different directions. Now, by changing the scroll snap align to center, we get center aligning. And I want you all to take a moment and think about how you would write the JavaScript to center align a randomly sized div in a scroller like this. Because notice that they're all slightly different sizes, and the browser just takes care of it, and we don't have to do any math at all. Yes, woo! Now, there's a lot of stuff you can do with scroll snapping, a whole range of very cool tricks. If you want to learn more, check out this presentation by Adam. Really goes into the nitty-gritty of all the things you can do with scroll snapping. Now, on to accordions and modals. 2 other elements that we very often solve with JavaScript that we can also just use HTML for, an accordion and a modal. Now, having an accordion on your page can really help you keep your content organized by showing the titles of sections and only expanding the full section when a user clicks on them and actually wants to read them. The HTML for this is details and summary, and it implements exactly this. All content inside a details element is hidden, except for the summary element, until you click on the summary element, and then the rest of the content is made visible. Now that's nice, but of course your designer designed your accordion such that the first one is open by default, and you're out of luck here because it's closed by default. Don't worry, you can just add an open attribute to the details and now it's open. And if you write any sort of React or JavaScript framework, you're going to look at this and think, okay, well, now it's open forever because, that's just how it works. Not in the browser, because open is just the starting state. It's a dynamic attribute. So I can still click it to close it. The browser gives us a ton of stuff for free. Okay, back to the designer. He or she is going to hate that triangle. Not for any particular reason, just they didn't design it. So it's clearly the wrong triangle. Don't worry, there's CSS for that too, with the marker pseudo element. The marker pseudo element only takes a subset of CSS, so you can't go wild with it, but you can still style the sizing and the content. For example, we can have these 2 emoji, and then of course use that open attribute to show a different emoji when the dialog or the details is actually open, without having to do any sort of listeners. Now, a gotcha here is that though a summary is clickable, like a link or a button, It doesn't have any indication that it's clickable, like a link or a button. It doesn't get an underline. It doesn't have big chunky borders. So I think we need to help users along here. And I don't want to get into the only links should have pointer cursors discussion, but you should at least do something to make sure that people know that this thing is something you can click on and then stuff happens. Okay, on to dialogue. For this one, I'm going to cheat a little bit since it does need some JavaScript. So the dialogue element in HTML is like a better confirm or a better alert. It implements a modal dialogue for you, but what it doesn't do is lock the main thread. So your page can still do stuff while you show a dialogue. It automatically helps keep focus inside the dialogue. It prevents Z-index issues, and it also handles closing the element for you. So this is what the dialogue looks like, because by default it's hidden. So to create it, you create a dialogue element, then inside it you put a form with a method of dialogue. This is like a new thing, because before we only really had method post. And I'll explain why we want this form in a bit. And now to show it, we need to call a function on this dialog, which is either show for a non-modal dialog or show modal for a modal dialog. The difference being that a non-modal dialog opens in place and a modal dialog opens across the entire page. So that works like this. You click the button, the modal shows. But there's no close button here. So how do we get out of it? I also can't click next to it because there's no listeners here. Well, that's where the form comes in. So whenever you click a button in the form that submits that form, the browser will see that as nice, as a close event. And that's how you can implement a confirmation dialog. Now, if you have any other form data in there, you can add a listener to the dialog and listen to the close event to get the actual value of whichever button you clicked. So now we have two buttons and one is correct and the other isn't. And then on the close event listener, you can listen to dialog.return value. If it happens again during a demo, I'm just going to say, trust me, bro. Lastly, you can also style, trust me, bro. You can also style the backdrop, which is the layer between the dialog and the rest of the page. Container queries are also a thing that you no longer need JavaScript for, and I would be remiss not to mention them, but they would fill up all the time I don't actually have left anymore. So I'm just going to say there are a bunch of really excellent resources to learn about them. They haven't been around for very long, but they're in every browser now. Unlike the next few bits, which aren't yet in browsers, but will be soon, hopefully, fingers crossed. One of them is masonry layout. So instead of using Packery or Masonry or some other huge JavaScript library to get the Pinterest layout, you can also use the Grid Template Rose Masonry CSS to get that. It's available in Firefox behind the feature flag. It's in Safari's technology preview. I hope Chrome is shipping it soon as well. And you can find more information on the link on the screen. I can wiggle it, but
we'll share the slides later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just plug it out and plug it back in again. That always works. always works. Guess I'll just leave it at that. So I had another bit about the select list element, which is extremely exciting because it lets you do a completely stylable select without screwing everyone that doesn't use a mouse. And it's coming and it's great and it works wonderful. The has pseudo function, CSS pseudo function, that lets you select any other element on the page and query that to determine the style of a random element. It's already in Chrome and in Safari. And just this week, Firefox Nightly enabled it as well. So that's coming very, very soon, like ready for use. And then I had this really cool demo by Bramus about scroll-driven animations, which I was just going to show, as in look at this amazing thing that doesn't do any, doesn't need any JavaScript. And that's it. Thanks, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this.
Lunchtime. Right, okay, I'm going to change this to 14:30, give you more time to get some food and stuff like that, and we can sort out some issues that we maybe won't be having this afternoon. So, and I apologise to the speakers for anything that's happened, but bossed it, absolutely bossed it. Round of applause. See you at 2:30. Thank you very much. kind of wanted to turn that off. That's kind of the projection.
Oh, there's the projection, actually.
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, maybe I'll do dark mode for next year. Have you got the mic?
I have the mic here.
Right, cool.
Recompile your watch. Send it off and off you go. So I can't see recommend.
I wouldn't put them into any dry.
So they just like recycle. You didn't have them made.
No, no. I got 500 of them and then peel stickers off the wall and then clean them. I had to use soda crystal and my nails just disintegrated.
Oh, is this removing all the stickers?
Yeah. So it's never going to happen again. You can buy them. Yeah, but I'd have to read. Yeah, but then the sponsors have been wrong and.
And it's quite fun to get from the hotel to the station.
You're sponsoring again. Thank you very much. I love you. Yes.
You were like, we've got a station. Liverpool Street Station.
Dave, is there a break at any point this afternoon, or are we just
Yes.
running straight through?
No, we've got 2 speakers and then there's a break. Yes. Amy. Andrew, the captain, loves your talk too.
Who did Andrew capture?
The captain is man. He sent me a message saying, this is amazing.
I love it.
Oh, yeah, of course you were. Yeah. Well, you went first, and then we thought, actually, no, we're not. So you were there.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Is that working? Yes. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all fed and ready for the next session. Oh, look there. No, that's not Diego, that's Dave. Okay. Diego's up next. Yeah, look, you said 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so whilst you were all foraging, hunting for food, all of those kind of things, I created a new channel in the Discord because I was sat eating my lunch with the volunteers that are here helping us and doing awesome work, and we appreciate. They've just finished university and they're all looking for jobs. So I've created a job channel. If anyone's got any jobs or knows of any jobs, bung them in there and help out anybody who's looking for work. That would be fantastic. So, next up, we have Diego. I've known Diego for many, many years. He gave one of his very first talks at London Web Standards, didn't you? You were talking about last night, and it was some kind of Christmas carol to PWAs. The man is obsessed.
Back when I had no idea what a PWA was. Nobody asked.
Yes, that was your boss telling you to go to Web Standards and sing a song about PWAs.
Bless him.
Later on in the pub, if you buy him a drink, he will sing you that song. Right, okay, so we've got Diego up next, and I'm just going to let you get on with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I know that in those comfy chairs with the ambient sound of like underwater music and after lunch, it can be a bit dangerous. But thank you for being here to listen to my presentation, The Blue Planet. This is something I remember from The Blue Planet when I was a kid, that my mom used to put us to sleep with watching The Blue Planet, so hopefully it doesn't go the same here. I am thrilled to be here at State of the Browser to discuss about PWAs. Yes, they're still a thing. Yes, they still exist, and yes, we're going stronger than ever. I regret to inform you, though, that due to me not starting the slides on time, I wasn't able to get David Attenborough to come and speak at the event. So you'll have to settle with me, a slightly less white man to narrate for you all. But yay, diversity in tech. So my name is Diego. I am a senior product manager working for Microsoft on the Edge team. I've noted all of the comments from Microsoft that have been going on in the conference, so thank you for that as well. And specifically looking at PWA features that are coming to the web platform itself. And I just ask, even though you know of my association, please do not take any information that I will share in this presentation as an official statement from my employer. I come here as a person, hopefully with some informed opinion, willing to shed some light on the life of and around PWAs, and more importantly, about the state of the browser regarding PWAs. So let's get it on now. It is hard to pinpoint when the dawn of applications on the web started. There have been many iterations of technologies, frameworks, plugins, and concepts that have gotten us to the very special point in time where we are right now. Ajax introduced the ability to change parts of a web page without having to reload the entire document. And this opened a new world of possibilities. We've come a long way since then, and I want to go through some of the little things that have been going on in this blue planet of web apps. But my journey with PWA started in a very different planet, a purple one. It was already some years into the technology itself, and there was a big push to allow applications to be present in the home screen of a mobile device. This was known as the Add to Home Screen capabilities. Now, the Add to Home Screen capabilities, the novelty was that the PWA, if it included a service worker and a manifest file, then the browser would be able to signal to you that this was a higher quality application. This would basically integrate with your mobile device. But this integration basically consisted on having an icon on your home screen. There was nothing more than a glorified link. There was no presence in the app drawer in Android. There was no presence in settings, and there was no sign whatsoever of integration into the operating system. These were the humble beginnings that paved the way for the evolution of progressive web apps. In the past, different browsers would allow you to display, would allow the PWA to display UX affordance that would get your application into the main screen of the device. So this prime real estate was once only reachable for a few, but the web is constantly adapting and reaching every corner and capability of their platform-specific counterparts. Much has happened since the days of the Add to Home Screen. But let's take a step back and ask ourselves, what is a PWA? That's a pretty good question. Back when it was defined by Francis and my friend Alex, the list was more or less the following. It needed to be something responsive that would adapt to different layouts. Connectivity independent, because we were able to cache and get the application working offline. It would be a website that took the right vitamins, citing Alex, with app-like interactions, something that can remain fresh easily updated via the service worker, safe, delivered by HTTPS, discoverable and identifiable as an application through a manifest file, re-engageable with APIs such as push notifications, installable, and probably the most important one of all, linkable, which is the superpower of the web that no other platform-specific app had. But what does all of this mean? How does a PWA look like? Thanks to AI, we can have a better picture about one of the more deeply misunderstood technologies of the web, and I am not talking about WebRTC. They look harmless, but they are very, very powerful. Legend says that a red panda once tried to eat a distant relative of a PWA, and it got so sick that it ran away and never wanted to try them again. So, the tale's as old as time. There are 3 different technologies that compose the concept of what a PWA is. HTTPS, having a manifest file to be able to identify itself as an application, and a service worker to tap into advanced capabilities like resource caching and push notifications. For many years, in the Chromium ecosystem, these 3 technologies served as the trinity for installing progressive web apps. And this was a huge part of how the installability criteria is or was defined. So I want you to think right now to yourselves, are these technologies associated with quality of a resulting application in your own developer experience? How many of you here develop applications for the web? So from the hands that, keep your hands up, and from the hands that are up, service worker, yay or nay? That explains a lot. So, as with many other species and technologies, survival is not guaranteed. Apps must adapt and evolve to ensure their continued existence. And in the case of web apps, connecting into the unique strengths of the platforms they are running in can be the difference between life and death. I'm trying to channel my inner David Attenborough. Sorry. The web platform continued to expand its capabilities, working on enabling new scenarios requested by developers to bring newer, more capable use cases to the web. The Web Capabilities Project, also known as Project Fugu, kept pushing the boundaries of what was possible for the web, while at the same time, PWAs were finding a breath of fresh air in a new ecosystem: the desktop. This synergy of apps and web and a new ecosystem resulted in deeper integrations with the host operating system, infinite new ideas for advanced applications, and the realization that web technologies allowed to have the same app, same code, and they could be running on a new platform, all thanks to responsive design. Additionally, there was the idea that a PWA didn't have to be a lesser experience. A PWA didn't have to be a light or Go, as it used to be back in the day of mobile PWAs. This was starting to fade, and Fugu collaboration started creating exciting capabilities for developers. Now, regarding Fugu and Web Capabilities API, the Web Capabilities Project, as I mentioned, commonly known as Project Fugu, is a joint effort between companies like Google, Microsoft, Intel, Samsung, and others that drives to bring powerful APIs to the web platform. Very much like the Fugu fish itself, the puffer fish, which you can see here in the image. It can be delicious if it's prepared correctly, but it can be deadly if not. And that is kind of like the fine line that we're generally walking when we are designing new APIs. Every new feature that is developed under this initiative undergoes strict privacy and security revisions to make sure that they are as webby as possible. And these are powerful APIs that aim to satisfy developer needs. while the end goal of the web is not necessarily to be a native app replacement, I believe that we need to push forward with new use cases that will elevate the platform. Some of the capabilities that are relevant to the entire web platform, like the ones that you have right now on screen, for example, access to hardware devices or access to certain type of system resources like font or clipboard. And some other very powerful capabilities are gated behind installation. For example, window controls overlay, file handling, shortcuts, web share target, run on OS login, protocol and link handling. It makes sense to have them gated behind installation because they only work in the context of an installed application. There is also an extensive work in aligning what a PWA is to the mental model that a user has of what an application should be. We decided at Microsoft to get heavily involved in making the desktop platform the absolute best ecosystem for PWAs. And I am not here to discuss partners, but I can tell you that ever since we started on our mission to make sure that Windows is the best place for web apps, we've seen that the biggest fish that are coming to the Microsoft Store are all PWAs. Also, it makes sense to say here that every single feature that we are developing for the Windows platform, we are making sure that it's equally supported on macOS and on Linux counterparts. Among the fish a wave, we see hundreds of millions of minutes spent every day on PWAs with a steady year-over-year growth only on the desktop platform. So let's take a quick look at a small example of how we are making the desktop platforms the best place for applications created with web technology. What do we mean by deep integration into the operating system? You might have noticed that when you go into certain applications, the browser itself will prompt you into installing this application. On Edge on Windows, and with the default language set to Italian for some reason, this is how the experience would look. Once you actually install the application, you get access to a specific set of features. One of them is Window Controls Overlay. You can see here on the area on the screen that's behind the red rectangle that this area is an area that generally would be used by the title bar on a desktop operating system, Windows, Linux, and macOS. We've enabled the developer to put arbitrary web content to create a more modern UI. Native applications have been doing this in the past, and we thought it makes sense to give this capability to the users. There is a display override value and new CSS that makes this easy to control. And don't worry, Killian, we are making sure that if there is a JavaScript API for that, then you can do it as well with CSS and HTML. Developers can now create applications that include search boxes, profile icons, and advanced menus in their applications. But deep integration with the host operating system goes beyond just allowing applications to look right at home. When the application asks the host operating system to register as a file handler, for example, this means that it needs to appear in settings and other relevant user experience. For example, if you add in the manifest file a file handler's registration, then once the application is installed, it will appear on the operating system prompt to handle the specified file type. You could even make your web application the default handler for a specific type of file. Another good example of deep integration into the application, deep integration of the application into the operating system is shortcuts. And these will vary depending on the platform where you're running your application. On Windows, Android, Linux, and macOS, they will all surface either on the dock by holding on the application icon on the home screen or on the Windows taskbar. And these offer a surface where you can deep link into your application. And again, notice that the common denominator here about gating something behind installation is using the manifest file. Finally, web share target. This is another prime example of an application appearing in native operating system UX. You can press share from anywhere on the operating system, and if your application is a shared target, then it'll show to the end user. Now, the web is powerful. The web is very, very powerful. These are only a subset of things that a web app can do on desktop ecosystems at the moment. This works consistently across Windows, Linux, and Mac OS if it's supported on these platforms. So yeah, the web is very powerful, and more parties are jumping on board. Turns out that the Poinet is big enough for new whales to push their way in and notify everyone that it's better to be slightly late than to never arrive at all. And this is where the waters are starting to warm up. There's a possible change coming to the Poinet. What this means in general can be very positive, but at the same time, we need to be cautious as to what we want for the platform and what we are building for the platform in general. You might have heard of a debate between terminology. PWAs, web apps, home screen maps. What is going on? How many, I'm going to ask again, how many of you build applications? How many of you consider those apps to be web apps? How many of you consider those apps to be PWAs? Okay, so how many of you consider installation of a web app a benefit? Okay, that's good. And how important are features that have a deep, features that have deep integration with the host operating system for your application? Okay, so basically it tends to go down in number, but that is what we are seeing. And I'll open a parenthesis here. This is a personal hot take. The point is warming up after all, but I believe that every PWA is a web app, but not every web app is a PWA. And I know I'm probably going to get a couple of angry tweets, and I'm probably going to get some people that do not agree here, but there are many fishes in the sea, and some of them are web apps that can access certain web capabilities, yet do not have a service worker. Yet they do not work offline. Hence, they are not a PWA by definition. And this is okay. It is perfectly all right to have a web app that is not installable. It's just not a PWA. Does this imply, though, that we should deny its installation? Does this imply that the browser should not be asking for the user to be installable? That is the big debate that we're currently having right now. I personally envision PWAs as a gold standard for web app experiences on all devices. The core 3 technologies that we mentioned at the beginning of this talk allow for installation and offline use capabilities, and that would be the equivalent to a compiled app that you would have on a native platform. So this is the beginning of a whole set of features that we can enable to make sure that the web experience is equal to like the best class experience that you can have on a native platform. I'd like to think of PWA as a badge of honor that ensures quality of the application itself. But at the same time, I believe that as browser vendors, we have failed to provide sufficient incentives to make sure that developers care about quality in apps. And I'm not saying that most of the apps are not good quality. I'm just saying that we need to be doing more to make sure that you care about providing these type of advanced capabilities. And we have failed at making developers want to make their web app a PWA. And this is concerning for us, for me. We've come short at even making developers aware at PWAs. It is incredible the amount of conferences that you go and talk about PWAs, and while people have heard about the concept, they are not really sure what it is, what does it mean, what should a PWA even do. So empty service workers to pass installability criteria checks are a reality. And we can see from the data that we have on screen, this is from a chapter that I authored in the HTTP Almanac last year. It's not a nice picture. Installability criteria, which pretty much means that you would have to have both a manifest file and the service worker. It's the minority of websites in the web platform. So the questions here are, for us browser vendors, are we talking to the right people? Are we missing out on fixing the biggest grievances that developers have with technologies such as Service Worker? Are we ready to open the floodgates to lesser quality apps? Spoiler alert, it already happened. But there are clearly things that need to change, and this is something that is on the minds of us browser folks. On this topic, what is the state of the browser regarding apps? And I'm not talking PWAs, I'm talking about like general applications, apart from PWAs. The consensus seems to be that everything should be installable. And I followed up conversations that were held last week in Seville in Spain, which main topic gravitated around web applications and installation. There seems to be the consensus that, first of all, the users should be in control and that they should be able to install everything that they want. But this is already happening. For transparency, in Edge, we have a site as an app concept, which allows you to install any website that you're using as an application. Chrome has exactly the same thing. I think they call it shortcuts, and then you click on open as a window. And Safari just recently added an add to dock option on the share menu. So this kind of begs the question, should the installability criteria change? And probably Alex Russell is going to be mad at me for saying this. But I think this is a really interesting thought. We should be thinking change for whom or change for what. Not all applications are created the same, and it is not in a specification what the behavior for leveraging a browser affordance is. So Chrome has already dropped the service worker requirement to be able to prompt for installation of applications, and this pretty much means that any web application gets the same treatment as a full-blown high-quality PWA. Is that all right? Is that wrong? We're going to have to find out because we're experimenting. You can rest assured, though, that browser vendors are looking into what this means for applications and for users. This is definitely a pressing issue that's on my day-to-day. So where are we heading? The landscape keeps changing. Installation is a hot topic at the moment, and there seems to be some sort of consensus around a new API that can enable this capability for applications. So, hot off the presses, I'm talking here about the Web Install API. This is an idea that has been floating around for several years now. It's a simple, very simple, yet very powerful API that would allow a website to install another website. It can have profound implications for the web platform. You can see the explainer at ak.ms/webinstall. With the Web Install API, a website would gain the ability to install other websites or web applications. This is something that we're still debating. This would allow the platform to distribute applications without the need for proprietary workarounds that's happening at the moment, like custom protocols or redirections to platform-specific app stores. So we would be enabling the platform to distribute applications. It would be a capability that would be baked into the web. The API aims at simplifying same and cross-domain installs. This would see a more ergonomic way of installing same-domain applications. So if you're not a fan of before install prompt, this might be your lucky day. And the challenges here are that we want to do this in a way that preserves the privacy of users and avoids installation prompt spam. We don't want the mess that notifications were to happen all over, just sites prompting to install different applications. So who gets to install an application? Do we need a denomination of an application or a website as a store? Should this be gated behind installation? I don't have the answer yet. But independently, imagine if you could just install an application by referencing its manifest ID. How cool and elegant would be to just have this capability baked into the web platform. We're also looking at checking if the application has been installed and changing a site's UX based on the installed side of an app. Therefore, you should be able to go into your favorite online repo, and if the application is already installed in the browser, it should be able to say, hey, open instead of install. Moreover, do we require or enforce installability criteria? And this is one of the other hot topics that currently certain browser vendors want to remove all installability criteria. Others want to keep some of them. Others do not want to remove them. What does this installability criteria look like? Pretty much every browser has a different concept of what defines an app to be installable, or what is an app anyway. How will the higher quality of PWAs come into play with this API? Now, it's looking very likely that the work will be split in two, and we will have different levels of support on the API between different engines. And yes, you've actually heard correct, I said engines and not vendors. So this is an exciting time for web apps on the platform, and I've just asked from you to stay tuned, because I'm particularly interested in your feedback. Please come and find me and chat to me about your opinions, rants, or other when it comes to installation. If this is a use case or something that you've been looking into, then we're looking to define an API that works for your use cases. That's the end of the parenthesis. I can go now to my very poor David Attenborough imitation. As the concept of apps diversifies, the planet also expands. Ecosystems grow, and leaving the philosophical depths of application classification, we arrive at the shoreline, where new surfaces for apps to be installed appear, and new hybrid creatures have appeared. Two new areas for PWAs to expand are widgets and the sidebar. Widgets allow a PWA to have a companion experience as a widget. On Windows 11, widgets appear on the left side of the desktop, but with macOS, Android, and iOS supporting similar widget UX, it might be an interesting area to look into further standardization. It is noteworthy to say that it is not the full PWA that is running on the widget. This is more a companion app. The developer cannot render HTML or CSS yet, and this is something that we are looking into on the widget itself. It is basically using adaptive card templates that can be bound to data and actions, hence serving as I mentioned, companion UX for your application. And all of this would be defined through the manifest file. The other new surface for PWAs is the sidebar. And this is an area that is in the browser that appears on the side of the window, and it can host applications. Our current proposal looks at being able to define the preferred installation place for a PWA and preferred size. If any of these are of interest to you, you can have the links there, ak.ms/sidebar apps or ak.ms/PWA widgets. For the sidebar apps, we are adding a new display override value, the same way that we did for window controls overlay, the same way that it's working currently for tabbed PWAs. There will be a new display override value, which means that it can be detected in CSS. There's going to be even media queries that will allow you to change the layout of your application if it's running on the sidebar. And you will be able to specify the preferred width to which the sidebar will open once you click on the icon that will appear on the browser. Now, these are, for now, Edge-only initiatives. We are looking for interest from other browsers that might have similar surfaces to implement this. And while fish in the sea have their nomenclature and identity crisis going on, niche use cases continue fostering the evolution of new types of apps. Creatures that can live disconnected from the water in their isolated, safe environments are starting to appear. Packaged in web bundles signed by the developer and distributed in ways that differ from the traditional web model, these new habitants of the planet prove that life, or apps, always finds a way. Thank you very much.
Did I witness a web talk there, or did I witness something totally different? Thank you, Diego. Next up, we have Chris. And I'll talk more about that later.
Hi, Chris Ferdinandi, the Vanilla.js guy here with one last speedy dev insight. Here are my 13 favorite web developer tricks. Tip number 1, event delegation. If you need to listen for the same event on lots of elements, you can attach your listener to a parent element to catch all of them, and then filter out events that aren't on the element that you care about. Not only is this easier to manage as a developer, but it's actually better for performance. Tip number 2, the early return pattern. Lots of nested if statements can quickly become unruly and hard to read. As an alternative, you can check for the opposite of the desired state by prefacing your test with the bang or exclamation point operator. Then you run the return operator when that check returns true. For bigger functions, this results in code with far fewer indents and an easier to read structure. Tip number 3, multiple selectors. For methods that accept CSS selectors, you can pass in multiple selectors as a comma-separated string, just like you'd write them in CSS. Tip number 4, data attribute selectors. Data attributes make fantastic selectors for your custom JavaScript and help prevent collisions with CSS classes. You can use these attributes as standalone selectors. You can also use this to make event delegation easier in bigger apps where you have different functions that run for the same event. With this approach, you would store all of your event handlers in an object, and then you can use the handler name as the value of the data attribute. In my event listener, I can get the value of that attribute, and then I can pass that value in to run the matching function. Tip number 5, converting an object into a query string. To convert an object into a query string, you can pass it into the new URL search params constructor, and then run the toString method on it. Tip number 6, removing duplicates from an array. The set object is a lot like an array, but each item in it must be unique. If you pass an array of duplicate values into the new set constructor and then convert the returned set object back into an array, you get a new array with all of the duplicates removed. Tip number 7, generating random IDs. The crypto random UUID method generates a random, cryptographically secure unique ID. Tip number 8, true type checking. Because so many JavaScript things are actually objects, the type of operator is unreliable for accurate type checking. For example, plain objects, arrays, dates, regex patterns, and null all return object with the type of operator. For more accurate type checking, call the object prototype toString method on the item you want to check. The returned value will start with square bracket object followed by the actual object type. Tip number 9, numeric separators. Big numbers can be difficult to read and work with in JavaScript. And numbers cannot include thousand separators like commas. But in modern JavaScript, you can use underscores to break big numbers into smaller parts. Tip number 10, looping over objects. A for in loop is often used to loop over objects. To get the value of a particular key, you need to use bracket notation to get that key value on the object you're looping over. A cleaner way to loop over objects is by pairing the object entries method, which converts an object into an array of key value pairs, with a for-of loop and array destructuring. Tip 11, object property shorthands. In modern JavaScript, if there's an existing variable with the same name as the property that you're defining in the object, you can just use the variable name for the property and its value will be automatically assigned. Tip 12, simpler Boolean returns. A lot of my students will write code that explicitly returns true or false based on some condition. And there's nothing wrong with that. It totally works. But if the conditional check that you're running returns a Boolean itself, you can return the check itself rather than an explicit true-false value because the check you're running is doing that already. And finally, tip number 13, the correct way to pronounce this word is GIF. You can access the source code from this talk and dig deeper into vanilla JavaScript over at gomakethings.com/SOTB.
It's a good job that Chris is not here, isn't it? I know that Chris is watching out there, so hello, Chris, but you're wrong. It's an image, not a bathroom cleaner. Okay, so next up we have, and I noticed in Diego's presentation, in the sidebar, there was a reference to Harry.
There was.
From Bruce. Hello, Bruce, if you're watching. So I'm just going to pass you straight over to Harry, who's going to tell us about cache and not the money kind.
Unfortunately not, no. All right, yeah, thank you. I'm going to talk today about the very humble HTTP cache or browser cache. It's a really big talk, so I'm not going to have much of a fanfare or intro. I thought this talk would be a really good fit for a conference called State of the Browser. I wrote this talk for this event. Every browser in the world pretty much has a browser cache. But one problem I find, certainly anecdotally in my work, is that because it's there and it's omnipresent, people just take it for granted. They assume it works out of the box, they assume it works always, and I see a lot of people simply getting things wrong, either misconfiguring or failing to configure proper browser caching and completely missing out on the benefits. So by way of a very honest show of hands, who in the room thinks they've genuinely got a pretty good grasp of browser caching, caching headers, and how to configure and set things up properly? That's pretty good. A lot of confidence in the room. Who thinks it's kind of scary, perhaps contradictory, a bit confusing? What do we need? What do we not need? That was me until fairly recently, I'll be completely honest. Right, okay. There's a lot of conflicting information out there. There's a lot of different ways of managing or achieving the same thing. What I want to do in this talk is kind of distill it. One of the first things we'll do is get rid of everything we don't need, and then get to a place where we can comfortably set caching up very effectively, very safely, and very easily. For those in the room who are thinking, my God, an entire talk about browser cache, that sounds dull, you're absolutely right. I hope you enjoy it. I did this defensively because we had a few slides issues. If I want to take a picture of that real quick, touch wood, we've been fine. That's not wood. We've been fine, but in case we get any slide issues, they're already online. So grab a picture of that. Hopefully, looks like we're not going to need it. So yeah, the only intro I'm going to do is, I'm Harry. I'm a consultant performance engineer, web performance engineer from the north of England. What that basically means is I help companies like these find and fix site speed issues. Now, this is a very immodest slide because this is listing my sort of household name client list, but the nice thing about this talk is that anyone who has a website, anyone at all that has a website will benefit from setting their caching headers up properly. So this is not a thing that's reserved for the biggest of the big. Anyone can make use of the content in this talk. There's an adage in my industry, the web perf industry, that simply states the best request is the one that is never made. And that's certainly true. If you get your caching headers set up properly, you can completely zero out the network cost of requests. That's magical. There's a huge over-focus, in my opinion, in my industry of looking at just the first visit to a web page, cold cache, cold starts. While that is very important, because at some point every visitor is a first-time visit to your site, it completely neglects anyone who's returning, or the far more common use case, somebody traversing your website. Anyone who's just going from page to page could really reap a lot of benefit from you getting this stuff set up properly. However, that's the key. We have to set things up properly, and that's entirely why I've written this talk. It's going to be way, way simpler than you probably imagined. Before we dive too deeply, I want to go through some key concepts. Those of you in the audience who get this next section, please don't feel patronized. All I want to do is make sure we've got a shared understanding of what we're about to discuss, because even subtly misunderstanding any part of this next section could completely change how you perceive this talk. So it's very important we're all kind of on the same page. The first and potentially most, or probably most obvious concept, I want to talk about caching in general. And sort of the sister topic that goes hand in hand is revalidation. These are the two things you need to solve. How do we cache a file, and how do we find out if we need to update that file afterwards? So caching is simply, how long can I reuse this file without checking for updates? And here's the key bit, without checking for updates. We use this file over and over, regardless of whether it has changed on the server. Which means the flip side is revalidation is, how do I check for that a file has changed after that cache time limit is up? And again, this is the key bit, after the cache time limit is up. One of the most common expectations and misunderstandings I see among developers is that they somehow believe that they can cache a file, but it will also always be up to date. And that's simply not possible. If you've told a browser to store a file for a week, and you change it after 1 hour, that's on you. Your visitors, your users will see the same file for the next 6 days and 23 hours because that's what you've told it to do. Caching, if you think about it, is a way of stopping the client talking to the server. So you would not expect to be able to push updates to a file. Therefore, it's vitally important you get things set up correctly. Don't cache something for a year if you're likely to change it daily. Therefore, revalidation should not happen while a file is cached. You should not expect to be able to send updates to a cache without the expiry having been met. If this is happening to you, you've actually run into a bug and you've got something potentially conflicting. I was working on a project recently. The developers were certain they'd set their caching headers up properly. But they'd got another conflicting header, which meant they were constantly revalidating files that they thought they were caching for potentially forever. The next concept, fresh and stale. So fresh is a file that is in cache but within its expiry date. Fresh does not mean the file is up to date. All fresh means is the file has been cached and the cache is allowed to recycle it, it's allowed to reuse it. It has nothing to do with the up-to-dateness of the content. All this is to do with is the file is in cache and can be reused. Stale is a file that is also in cache but has passed its expiry date and needs revalidating. So the key concept here is there is a third state, which is the file is on the server unchanged, but the cache has no idea about it. That third state doesn't have a name. Fresh is not the most up-to-date version of a file. It's just the file is currently cached and still considered in date. Next concept, request and response. And hopefully as web developers, we should be very familiar with this concept. But request and response in a very simplified diagram would be, in this case, a desktop computer is asking for a file from a server on the internet. A response comes back. The request-response lifecycle is very, very simple. But the pedant in me wants to point something out. So far, I've been saying the word file, 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 file. A response isn't the same as a file. They're not necessarily the same thing. A response could be a 404, which is literally the absence of a file. What I'm going to try and do now through the talk is, instead of saying the word file, I'm going to say the word response, which brings me nicely onto the next section. We need to deal with 200 and 304 responses. When we look at caching, these are pretty much the only two status codes you need to be aware of. 200 is, yep, I fetched a full response. That might look like this. I went to a server, it had a file, I brought that file back. Interestingly, this would also yield a 200 response. The browser says, I'm going to check in the cache, there's a file there, I'm going to use that file. That's also a 200. This is correct. 200 just means okay, nothing went wrong. What I would personally like to see is another status code that says, yep, we got a full response, but this one came from cache. We don't have that. A 200 will be a 200 if it came from the server or from the cache. 304, the other type of response we want to look at is, I've checked, and you can still reuse the file in cache. Think of 304 as a renewal, right? The file did go stale, it did go out of date, but it hasn't actually changed so we can reuse it. 304 is like a renewal. That would look a little more like this, and what you'll notice, we've now got the phrase conditional request. This is a request that goes out with certain extra headers, request headers, verify whether the file's changed, and accordingly, we bring back a 304 response which says, extend the cache lifetime on that file in cache, renew it basically. We don't fetch a full file back, we just fetch a response. Those are the key concepts. What I want to talk about now is stuff we can just delete. The easiest way to solve problems is to remove most of them. So the next section is just, if this is live on your website, go and delete them. The easiest way to start is getting rid of the stuff we don't need. So there are a bunch of headers when it comes to caching that are simply either wrong or superseded, or just there are better alternatives. The first one that's wrong is pragma, and this is still quite prevalent. The pragma header looks as simple as this. Pragma no cache. Don't cache this file. Several problems with the pragma header is that one, it was never meant to be a header at all. This is a mistake. It's a caching header, kind of. The spec never permitted this for use as a response header. Pragma was only ever meant to be a request header. This should have never have happened. If you're using this, I would advise deleting it immediately. Pragma will also collide, which is annoying, even though it's not meant to even exist. It will collide and conflict with the more appropriate caching headers, such as cache control. That makes this quite harmful. The spec even says, pragma is not specified for responses and is therefore not a replacement for cache control. You shouldn't be using this. This should have never happened. Also, it's designed for backward compatibility with H1.0 connections. We're on H3 now. This is old stuff. The next one is expires. Expires isn't terrible, it's not bad, but it has certain flaws and there are certainly better alternatives. An expires header looks like this. This is an absolute date in the future. In our case, this is in the future. If you were to put a date in the past, it would mean don't cache this file, because we can't expire a file like yesterday. So putting a negative or a date in the past would actually force this file to be uncacheable. This isn't terrible, this isn't bad, but there are certain flaws that we can sort of improve upon. So this is also a caching header. Expire at an absolute time, which means this will fail if a user changes their system clock. It's very rare that anyone would do that. I used to do it when I was younger, because I'd have 30-day trials of Photoshop that seemed to last forever if I just went back a month. But that would completely ruin the expires header. Interesting thing about the expires header is because it's absolute, it means the file expires at the same time for everyone around the world. The expires header is always set in GMT, so the same file would go stale at the same time for everyone all around the world. It's not very harmful, it's just cache control is better, and cache control has been better since 1997. Interestingly, if you have both, the cache control header will win, so the expires will be sort of like nullified by the presence of a cache control, but we might as well delete it. Simple way of thinking about it is cache control does everything that expires does and way, way more. The other header we want to get rid of, and this might come as a surprise, is last modified. Last modified is very, very prevalent, and again, it's not bad, this isn't harmful, but we've just got better alternatives. Last modified looks a bit like this. It's also an absolute date. It's usually going to be in the past, unless you're a time traveler. And what this is going to do is say this file was last changed on this date, and therefore you can check if there have been any updates since then. The file's probably changed. This is a revalidation header rather than a caching header. It's not harmful in the same like pragma is, but think about this. Last modified is a proxy for whether a file has changed or not. The file may still be the same. You may have just resaved it later. So you can get a lot of false positives with using last modified, which I'll go into later in the talk. So immediately, if you're using any of those three, just get rid of them, because we're going to replace them with just two headers. All we need to make caching work effectively is two headers. So the headers we do want, the first one is cache control, and hopefully you've seen cache control before. Cache control as an example, and every example in this talk is exactly that. It's an example. Please don't copy and paste any numbers. You may see a cache control header looks like this. The private, max age, and must revalidate, these are referred to as directives. These are what make cache control extensible. We can add features to cache control. With expires, we can literally only pass in a date. With cache control, we can invent new directives and extend it that way. So this is a caching header. These are the rules and conditions around caching a response. And this, like I said before, superseded expires in 1997. Cache control has been the preferred header for over 25 years. So that's the one we need for caching. The other header that we do need is etag. Etag is similar but different to last modified, and it allows a browser to verify has the file changed. We've got weak etags. And I've struggled to really come up with an analogy for what a weak etag does, but imagine you were trying to identify a book. You could just tell someone the book is called this, and that might work. But what if two completely different authors have written completely different books, both with the same title? That's the risk we run with eTag. A weak eTag normally just hashes the metadata of a file. So that means that you could have two completely different files but share same metadata, may return the same eTag. If you're going to use weak eTags, you're actually probably best off just sticking with last modified. The gold standard would be strong eTags. This is a hash of the actual contents of the file, and this promises a byte-for-byte comparison, a byte-for-byte likeness. Strong eTags can be quite expensive to generate, but they are the gold standard. If you can get these sort of sent as response headers, that's the best possible outcome. So this is a revalidation header rather than a caching header. Weak or strong eTags exist, and it's usually a hash of the full cache response to compare to the remote version. Okay, let's get into the proper bulk of the talk. Let's talk about caching. Let's talk about strategies for caching and how to set things up. What I'm going to do, it's not like a proper quiz, because I don't want you to participate. I'm just going to ask you questions. No, I would like to run this as an actual quiz, but we simply don't have time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to pose, we're going to learn about cache control via kind of scenarios. I'm going to ask you questions, certain scenarios, and perhaps just between the person sat next to you, just try and preempt or guess or answer the question. So I'm going to give different scenarios with yes or no answers. I want you to just see real quickly if you can work out what the answer would be. So the first question is, can this response be cached at all? Yes or no? Anyone got any idea? Just talk amongst yourself what the headers might be for yes, we can cache this file, and no, we can't. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. If we can cache the file, we just need something as simple as a max age. This max age is a value in seconds that says you can keep this file in cache and reuse it for, in this case, just an hour. Can't stress this enough. Ignore the actual numbers. Don't go copy and pasting from these slides. If we simply can't cache the file because it contains sensitive information or hyper real-time information, imagine, I don't gamble, but like imagine a sports betting website and you've got odds changing all the time. If the API responses were cached, you might place a bet at odds that were 10 minutes old. You don't ever want to do that. You also probably don't want to cache hypersensitive information in API responses, maybe someone's transaction history. If that's the case and you do not want to cache a file at all, you just need no store. It really is as simple as that. People overthink sort of uncacheability. So we've introduced two concepts here. The first one is max age. The first concept we're going to look at is the max age directive. How long can I cache this for in seconds? The difference, or a key difference here from expires, is this is now relative. Because expires named a date in the future, everyone in this room would have that file expire at the exact same time. An interesting thing with max age is it's relative, and it's relative to when the browser entered your cache. When the file entered browser cache. So that means that if we all downloaded a file one day after each other, they would all expire a day later than each other. So these are all relative to each individual request and response. Give very careful consideration to these values. If you know you change files daily, don't cache them for 10 years, right? Be very careful with the, well, there are caveats to that, which we'll cover in a second, but your max age values need very careful consideration. You probably want to set them up differently for different asset types. The other thing we looked at was no store, and there really isn't much to say about this, just don't cache this response. It's as simple as that. You may have seen equivalents that look a bit like this in the wild. This is a very, very aggressive, don't do anything to this file ever. This is fine, this is not harmful, but honestly, these other two are just redundant. That is really all you need. Don't store this file, whether on a CDN, your own cache. This is a very strong directive that a cache must not persist this file. Okay, does this response always have to be perfectly up to date? Remember I said that we've got fresh and stale, and then this third scenario where a file might be fresh in cache, but it actually changed on production, it changed on the server. Have we got a scenario in which we always want this file to be the most up-to-date possible? What would we use for that? Again, just have a little sort of decide amongst yourselves. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right, what's annoying is no cache doesn't mean don't cache the file. What no cache means is don't use the cache first. Don't use cache by default. Go to the server, see if there is a change. If not, come back, then use the file from cache. So it's a very confusing name. It doesn't mean no cache, but I think a directive that says go to server first and check, please, is probably a bit too cumbersome. If we are allowed to, if we can afford for a file to be slightly out of date, then we just go back to just using a max age. Again, this is just set to 1 hour. So the concept we introduce here is no cache, which, like I say, it doesn't mean don't cache the file. It means don't go to the cache first. So remember this pattern we had, where a browser can just go straight to the cache and return a 200 response? If you have a no cache header, this simply does not work. This pattern cannot happen. No cache forbids the browser from going straight to cache. It will always make a trip to the server to see if the file has been updated. If the file has been updated, it will bring the fresh version back. If it hasn't been updated, all that comes back is a 304 response that then releases the file from browser cache. This means that no cache will always incur a 1 round trip of latency at least. What this therefore means, and most files on the web are latency bound, most files hopefully are small enough that latency is your slowdown and not bandwidth. What this means is you won't get much performance benefit from using no cache unless you've got a very big file. Right? If you're going to go all the way to the server and come back and say, oh, I could have reused it the whole time, all along, if that file was only a kilobyte or 2 anyway, a small JavaScript file, you've not really got any performance benefit from this. But this is how you would achieve that holy grail of the file will always be the most up-to-date possible, and you could potentially release that file from cache without having to re-download it, but it will always incur a round trip of latency. So in some instances, this might not be any faster than just requesting the whole file from new again. Can this response be shared? Is this a file that many people could make use of? For example, you probably want every visitor to your site to see the same style.css. You probably don't want every visitor to your site to see /myaccount. So can we share this file? Can this response be shared? Again, just amongst yourselves, try and decide what do you think the header might be for this. My mic has slipped down my arm. Is this a file that we could reuse for fulfill multiple requests? A good example would be style.css or a product image on an e-commerce website. You want every customer to see that same image, so you might as well share that response. 3, 2, 1. You'd use the public directive. This says this can be cached in public caches. When we talk about public caches, that could be a proxy cache, but in sort of colloquial terms for web developers, we're talking CDNs. If this file can't be shared, if it is unique to one particular person, if someone's logged in, and the response, the HTML contains their name and their account details and their maybe bank account balance, you do not want to leave that on a CDN. So you just complement it with the private directive. Interestingly, public here is redundant. As soon as you've got a max age header, or an S max age header, or a must validate header, public becomes implied. So you don't even need to put public. So by default, everything is available to public caches. Public actually comes with side effects. So if you want many people to have access to the same response, you would use public. But then because the presence of a max age implies public anyway, you can just drop it. Public, I don't have time in this talk, but public comes with side effects. Public could allow a authenticated file. So someone's gone through basic HTTP auth, logged in. As soon as you put public on even an authorized file, it will nudge it into a public cache. So you could end up sharing logged in data between users. I don't know why it does that. It seems like a really weird oversight, but public comes with side effects, so it's best avoided. Public, diagrammatically, would be file comes from a server, drops into a CDN, and the CDN then fulfills the request for every subsequent visitor. Private, on the other hand, is only the requesting client may store this response. This is only intended for one person, or one cache. It prevents personalized or sensitive information going out to multiple endpoints or multiple users. It's not a security thing, and it's not a suitable replacement for no store. All this means is this file now, maybe /myaccount, might pass through your CDN, but it will keep on going, and a copy will never remain there, and every response is fulfilled by the origin. Okay, this is where the questions get really contrived, because I've got to ask really ridiculous questions in order to boil them down into yes or no answers, so bear with me. Can we reuse this response for offline users even if it's stale? And I don't know why you don't, well, I've got examples of why you might want to do that. It is an edge case, but some interesting heuristics that browsers use around caching. So, can we reuse this response for offline users even if it's stale? Anyone got any idea what this header might be? 3, 2, 1. If we can't, we just go to this. Sorry, if we can do it, we just use this. Really interesting thing here is we've told the browser this file is good for an hour, but the browser doesn't have to honor that. What the browser can do is in certain scenarios, it can say, well, I'm offline now. So what I'm going to do is, even though this is an hour and 10 minutes old, I'm going to release it one last time. The browser doesn't have to expire a file at this max age, which seems ridiculous because that's not a max age anymore, is it? It's more of a suggestion. Browsers can release files from cache even if they're stale in certain scenarios, such as the cache can't reach the origin server. Basically, you're offline. If we don't want this, if it's like, no, as soon as this file goes stale, it must not be reused, we add the must revalidate header. What this says is, after that 1 hour, you must go back to the server to check for changes. If not, you just have to give like an offline error. So must revalidate, basically fascinating behavior with HTTP and browsers and cache is that caches are permitted to serve stale content in certain scenarios. For example, a user is offline. Must revalidate prohibits that behavior. Leave must revalidate off of anything that might be useful even if it's slightly out of date. A recipe, for example. A recipe blog post page, it's not going to be hypercritical that you get the most up-to-date life story of the person giving you the recipe. You might want to just say, look, if this person's offline or whatever, fulfill a response from cache even after it's expired. Non-live train times. If you're on the tube and you've lost connection, a static page of train times might be useful to serve while it's stale, even though it's kind of max age has been passed. What you wouldn't want to do is do this on a live train time type of website, and anything that could lie to someone. So must revalidate just ensures that after the cache expiry has been met, you cannot reuse it and you must go back to the server. So HTTP allows caches to reuse stale responses, for example, when they're disconnected from the origin server. I'm going to have to speed up a little bit. I'm kind of running out of time. Well, I'm not, but I just need to hurry up. Can we tolerate a slightly out-of-date response while we perform revalidation? These questions are getting worse. Basically, you've got to solve the riddle before you can even begin to answer it. This is really cool. Basically, what this is saying is, OK. Could we reuse this file just one last time? It's very similar to the previous example, but different, because this is a little more deliberate and we get a little more control over it. Could we reuse this file one last time while we perform revalidation? Because basically, revalidation is synchronous. The moment a browser caches, like a file has gone stale, the browser has to do all that checking before coming back with an answer and either downloading a file or releasing it. While all that is happening, the user's seeing nothing. They don't see the image. They don't see the new style sheet. What we can do is we can use something called stale while revalidate, which makes that entire revalidation process asynchronous. What this basically does is says, OK, as soon as this file's gone stale, after an hour, we need to revalidate it. But after that hour has gone, for 10 minutes, you can use the out-of-date response. But in the background, I'm going to fetch the new response. So it means that there's never a gap of nothing. We release for a grace period, in this case of 10 minutes, we release the old file for like that grace period just allows the revalidation to be asynchronous. If not, we just drop back to nothing at all. We just go back to a simple max age. For stale while revalidate, really cool. Revalidation is synchronous. Users would see nothing while when I say nothing, I don't mean to see a blank screen. They just won't see anything to do with the file in question for the entire duration of that revalidation. Could we get away with showing the old response while we fill that gap? For example, a purely decorative image in a blog post or a newspaper article, someone's there to read stuff mostly, right? So it doesn't matter if the image is 10 minutes out of date. Just don't show them a blank part of the screen. So what happens here is we immediately get a 200 response from cache. In the background, we'll get a conditional request, which will then do a 304 response in the background, or a 200. It might be actually a new file as well. But this is stale while revalidate, relatively new in sort of internet terms, but very, very cool, very useful. I actually worked recently with Cloudinary to get stale while revalidate on their image caching headers, because for images, it just seems to make sense. Release an old file, even if it's out of date, for a grace period of maybe 10 minutes, do the update in the background. Do we need to configure CDNs and browsers differently? Does our CDN need different caching information than our, yes we do, is the answer. If we do want to do that, you would use the S max age. Annoyingly, we just moved the hyphen, max hyphen age or S max age. Stuff like this. Well, the internet is designed by the cleverest people, but they need a proofreader. What this does is say cache on the user's computer for an hour, but cache on the server, on the CDN for a day. There's a very elegant reason as to why you might want to do this, and I only learned this reason about a month or two ago. If you don't want this, you just leave out the S-max age. So S-max age, S stands for shared. Shared caches follow these directives. Everyone else just follows whatever's left. So I'm going to start with the question, why would you want to configure your CDN and your browser cache separately? Well, it's because cache busting is a myth. Like I said, caching is a way of stopping one endpoint talking to another. In order to cache bust, you need to talk to each other, which you just promise you're not going to do. Cache busting is a myth for the most part, especially for the purposes of this talk. You can't empty your user's cache. You can't go to all of your hundreds of thousands of users, right, I'm going to empty your cache. Actually, you technically can, but it can't fit in this talk. You can't empty your user's cache, but you can flush your own CDN's cache. So it might be like, okay, at most we'll tolerate 1 hour old content in the browser, but we'll update the CDN cache daily. This means you can flush your DNS cache, like I say, automatically daily with an S-max age 1 day, or every time you roll a release, flush your CDN cache. This allows you to serve fairly up-to-date content to customers while just sort of revalidating back with origin every day, or on demand. This helps you shield origin. So you only come back to origin once a day or on demand, and your CDN takes the hit every hour. Is the file hashed? So I want a quick show of hands. Whose build generates files with fingerprints in them? You all get 10 points. They're completely worthless, but you do have 10 of them. This is amazing. As soon as your build does this, we open ourselves up to some really great performance wins. If your file is hashed, you can set max age to what the spec defines as the biggest possible number, and you can add immutable. Immutable is like a contract with the browser. If you don't hash your files, some files can't be hashed. You can't hash your actual domain, right? That'd be ridiculous. People have to go to a new domain every time you update it. That file paths just cannot be fingerprinted, and that's fine. Static assets, CSS, JavaScript, if you are generating these fingerprints, honestly, that is gold, because we can start to use immutable. If not, it is an HTML response, or it's a CMS image that it doesn't get fingerprinted, whatever. We just go back to using a bare max age. So immutable. Immutable makes a contract with the browser. What immutable does is it tells the browser this file will never change. Therefore, you will never need to revalidate it. If a file has a fingerprint in it, it's hashed. The moment you change that file, you get a whole new file. File 123.css becomes 321.css. Fingerprinted files never change. They cease to exist and become a whole new file. Therefore, if the file never changes, the browser never needs to come back to the server and say, hey, have you changed the contents of this file? Like, no, I haven't. As soon as I do, there'll be a whole new file for you. Therefore, we can cache this file literally forever. Literally, figuratively. Figuratively forever, because how long is forever? The spec defines it as, I'm not reading that out. This is 68 years, and 68 years is basically the biggest number in binary we can fit into 32 bits. It's the biggest possible positive integer. This is also anyone old enough to remember the millennium bug? Yeah. Right, oh, my kind of crowd. This is now the 2038 bug. This is the biggest positive number you can fit into 32 bits. The spec states that this is the maximum number you can put on a max age, and any cache should honor either that number or the highest number it can. So everyone puts 1 year, but the spec says you can go as far as 68 years. Also, if you're using 68 years, you're really backing your project, so I admire that. Right, I do need to start hurrying up a little bit. That's caching, and what I hope is that when you refer back to these slides, you can go through this yes-no process and be like, okay, this file needs this header, this needs this. The thing is, we need to work out what to do when those files have gone out of date. So the next step is revalidation. What I find quite interesting is technically, we don't need revalidation. What we could do is just say, as soon as this file goes stale, download it again. But that'd be wasteful, because the file might not have changed. So a defensive step is, okay, go stale, check if we need to download it again. If we don't need to download it again, we just renew. We apply the same headers to the existing file, and it just renews its kind of contract. We could always just like naively fetch the file again, regardless of if it's changed. But we could get loads of false positives here. That would be very wasteful. So what we do is we want to do revalidation. And revalidation is just getting the cache to check with the server, are there any changes? Do I need to download anything new? So I'm going to hit upon last modified versus etag. Both of these headers would cause the browser to emit conditional requests. They are request headers. So what would happen is we get a conditional request. If it's a 200 response, we'll download a new file. If it's the 304 response, we'll recycle the old one. Conditional requests are request headers that just start with an if. So if non-match, so if your hash is different to my hash, I'll download a new file. Or if your last modified isn't like my last modified, I'll download a new file. So if any of these resolve to true, you get a whole new response downloaded. If not, we release the file from cache again and renew its cache control. So for another 10 days, another hour, whatever the header was. Of these two, we would prefer etag. Last modified isn't terrible. We would prefer etag. Last modified changes whenever a file is written, even if its contents didn't change. So imagine your build process touches the entire file system. Let's say you've got a static site generator. All your entire site gets rebuilt. You only changed one typo on one page, but your static site generator rebuilds the entire site, and all of a sudden, 10,000 HTML files have got a new last modified. That's the harm, or not the harm, I'm a bit dramatic. I'm prone to a bit of dramaticness now and again. But it's just wasteful. A lot of false positives with last modified. So what I do is just show you a proof. This isn't using the same mechanism as HTTP. This isn't how a cache would work. I've just echoed hello world into a file called revalidation. I got its last modified date, and it's 183750, and the hash is 6F5902. I did the exact same thing again, wrote the exact same text into the exact same file. Its last modified has now updated. It's nearly 2 minutes later, but the hash has remained the same. This is the benefit of etag over last modified. Last modified can yield false positives, and the problem with that is, like I say, if your build touches the entire file system, even if you've just changed one typo on one page, if your build touches the entire file system, your entire site, your entire set of static assets, all just got a new last modified. So you're going to have to fetch a load of data unnecessarily. We're getting into the last bits of it, I promise. Another thing I want to go through is, we covered this with the immutable. Don't revalidate hash responses. If your file has a fingerprint in it, you don't need to revalidate it at all, because it is never going to change. So because hash files never change, there is no need to revalidate them. Don't put a last modified or an etag on a hashed file. It will never need to be revalidated, so there's no point putting it on there. If you put an etag on there, you might cause a file that never needs to be revalidated to be revalidated. So that's the kind of conflict you could run into. I have gone 5 minutes over, so I do apologize. Just really wrapping up quickly. What have we learned? Well, hopefully we've learned this. We shouldn't expect to be able to fetch new content while a response is cached. This is the biggest misconception I see. If you've told a browser to look after a file for a week, don't expect the browser to re-download any new content within that week. We've only got 2 jobs. We only need 2 headers. We massively overcomplicate caching. I've got a client at the moment who's got Pragma and last modified and etag and cache control and whatever the other one was that I was talking about. You only need 2 headers max. Cache control and etag, that's all you need. And if you've got a hashed file, you don't even need etag. Expires and last modified aren't bad, but cache control and etag are much better. So if you can use those, you're going to avoid false positives. It's going to be a much nicer ride. And again, 3rd time I've said this, files that never change never need to be revalidated. So you can just, if you've got a fingerprint on there, cache it for 68 years and don't put an etag on there. I'm not going to talk through this next section at all, but I promise you I'm winding down. What I thought I'd do is to actually give you some idea of where to start with picking the values. I've bucketed sort of time zones, I guess, or time sort of buckets. Never, short, medium, long, and forever is like weeks, however many weeks in 68 years. Days, hours, and minutes. My account, you probably never want to cache that. You want hyper real-time data there. API responses for live train times. Don't cache those at all. A news page, you maybe want to cache the BBC News homepage for maybe 5 minutes. Breaking news, I mean, nothing's 5 minutes breaking. You know, nothing's that important. Well, maybe some things. Store locator. If you're opening stores quick enough that you can't cache the page for a few hours, I really applaud your business. certain things. I've got a client at the moment, and they do a genuine algorithmic. I don't know how to describe it, but they find out your nearest store. They've got a store locator page, and every time you request that page, it works out mathematically where are the nearest stores. So if you're opening stores quickly, you need to do it on every request. Congratulations. Do that statically, cache it, and cache it for a few hours. Maybe a product image you could cache for a few days. Product imagery doesn't update that often. Maybe you could cache that for a few days. Fingerprinted assets, literally forever. And finally, this should be a little helpful cheat sheet. Non-versioned assets and versioned assets both need cache control. Your non-versioned assets need much more granular cache control directives, and they will need ETAG because they will need revalidating. As soon as you've fingerprinted that asset, you just need immutable and, oh, that's a typo, it should say 68. But yeah, cache this stuff forever. With that said, I have gone over time, so I do apologize. Thank you for listening. I'm around later on if anyone's got any questions, but yeah, thank you very much.
Harry's looking for jobs as well. Hi,
always,
Harry.
always.
Some people have been posting some jobs in that channel we created earlier, so thank you for that. If you've got any more, carry on. If you know anybody who's not in this room that's hiring, please share that information as well. We're going to give you a break now. We'll come back at 5:15, so I'll give you 15 minutes. Go forage, water, coffee, whatever it is that you might need. I keep looking out and going, oh, this person's here. And I'm getting so excited. Can't wait to see you all in the pub in a while. Okay, everybody, if we can take our seats rapid like.
No. I'm just gonna.
Is that a Steve t-shirt?
No, this is from the Margate Craft Museum.
The Margate
It
Crab
literally says
Museum.
Crab Museum, but it looks like a black metal band slogan. My favourite thing.
Your first conference.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Smashing. You are. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much for your prompt return. I've worked it out. We're not running over. You're running over. Taking too long here. Breaks. Hey. Okay. We've still got time. It's all good. Right. Okay. So next up, I got this email a few months ago that said, I'd like to propose this talk. And I looked at this email and I thought, wow, that's awesome. This is going to be brilliant. And then Remy released his website. And I looked at it, I thought, this is the same talk. So I said to Remy, you don't mind, do you? I'm not stepping on your shoes. And I'm not. No, because your feet are over there. And it doesn't matter. But I had to check because it's politeness. And I've just found out that this is Anna's first full conference talk ever. So, and I can tell just by the word karaoke that this is going to be fun and it's going to be awesome. So I'm going to hand over to Anna.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here at the State of the Browser. So a while back, the following quote came up in conversation. We are at the mercy of the browser. And I just chuckled and I thought, that's an incredible quote. I want to use it somewhere. And here I am. What a better place to be at the mercy of the browser. So my talk today is about exploring the potential of the Web Speech API in karaoke. So, first things first, hello. I'm Anna, and I do not represent any browser vendor. I work as a front-end developer at Hacktar, and fun fact, I haven't been to karaoke since before the pandemic. And the truth is, this talk, the only reason this talk even popped into my head is because I'm a big fan of the Erasmus. Do you know them? Yeah. I'm not a stan. I need to make sure people understand that, but I'm a big fan of them. And because of that, I had a problem that I needed to fix. So whenever I go karaoke, the only song from the Erasmus they have available is In the Shadows. It's always In the Shadows, and it isn't my favorite. It's a solid bop, but I need more. And while you can look up the instrumentals of the songs you like on places like YouTube, I wonder if I could build something. And then my brain immediately started to escalate the idea, and I found myself asking, what if we had more than just lyrics on a screen? What if we could gamify the experience? What if we could match what we're saying to the lyrics? Because I know I would win. And I truly know all the lyrics from my heart. So I searched speech to text, and I realized that the results in the first page were all from private companies. And we know that there is a browser-native speech recognition. And we are at the state of the browser and not at the state of private companies. So we're going to focus on what the browser is currently giving us. So let's talk about the Web Speech API. The speech recognition, the Web Speech API is split into two, the speech recognition and the speech synthesis. So while it's starting to be obvious where I'm going to be using the speech recognition, actually one of the core ideas of why it was built was not for karaoke, but it was to enable developers to use speech recognition to use an input for forms, continuous dictation, and control. In fact, there's quite interesting oldie draft of how this API should work on input fields. It's very, very old, bear in mind, but it is quite interesting. So what is the browser, how is the browser support for it? The screenshot was taken this week. It currently isn't supported in Firefox, and in the other browsers, it still requires a vendor prefix or a different name. It's not ideal, but we'll work with what we have. After all, we are at the mercy of the browser. And I'll circle back to this topic soon. So let's give this a go. For the state of the browser, I decided to use what is available in the browser for free. I decided to just use HTML, CSS, and vanilla JavaScript, no libraries. On a note, the speech recognition does not work offline, and it requires HTTPS to send the data. So let's build our base HTML. Obviously, this is a bit, it's just, it's a bit short because of the amount of code. For the sake of readability, I won't post it all, but let's add 2 buttons, a place for us to see where the transcription is coming up, load our audio, load our lyrics, and our JS. Ideally, I would use a song by the Rasmus, obviously, but copyright doesn't let me. So I played safe, and I picked a song that doesn't have any royalties attached to it. So I had to look it up, and turns out nursery rhymes are one of them. And Happy Birthday song only recently came out available, because you weren't allowed to do that, apparently. We'll add some base styling with gradients, and it should look something like this. Okay, so the good thing here is that I don't need design skills, because I'm sure that whatever I'm coming up will be a bit better than what your local bar has to offer. Right, so apologies for the block of text, but we will be initiating our speech recognition. We'll ask to show the interim results. So once we initiate it, we'll see recognition.interim results, and we'll set it to true, just for the sake of like demo. We'll set English Great Britain as a language and append to our doc once we create the, apologies. We'll append to our doc where we are putting the transcription. And there are some quirks here. For example, the continuous doesn't actually work. I set it to false because I gave up making it work. Because initially, I put it to true, but it doesn't work. And I looked it up, and apparently the theory, the speech recognition is a bit of a black box. We don't really know how it goes. But the theory is that you are spending quite a bit of data on their servers as well, constantly sending it. So they just like, oh, we'll just shut it off after a while. So it's not really working, but there is a trick. At the end, you can see that we are forcing it to start once it ends. So it's like, oh, you ended? No, not on my watch. You'll start again. And there's, unfortunately, on mobile devices, if you do this, you keep hearing the it's like constantly on and off, and that's so let's just stick to the browser for now on the desktop version. Right, let's add our lyrics. I chose Twinkle Twinkle Little Star because it's short and slow, and we'll use the same logic as subtitles. We'll have which seconds they start and what seconds it ends. So in this case, we'll start at around 5 seconds and end around 11 past 2 seconds. I was like, okay, right. What is the logic behind this? So when the speech recognition begins, I want the song to also start. I was like, okay, that makes sense. Once I hit start, both things will begin. We'll check if the current time falls between the start and end of that song line. And if yes, we'll just add a class that makes it the current line. It looks roughly like this. So once we click in our button, we start recognition, we play our song, and actually the audio has an event listener that is the time update, which tells you exactly which songs of the audio you are in right now. So we save our transcript temporarily, and we'll check, okay, if the current second right now is, for each line, is 5 seconds, let's add this is the line being selected right now. This is a bit too much, but We'll see it playing in a second. And if the current time is bigger than the end time of a song line, we'll add a class that marks it as stays in the past. And once that line is in the past, we'll do some checks. All right. So, search of shame. Here we go. So we'll have something like this. Please don't fail me. So, in this example here, I'm only showing you what I'm saying right now. As you can see, it's not very styled because it's not my end goal. I just want you to see that whatever I'm saying is rocking up on the screen right now, continuously. Which shows that, okay, well, I'm working. The fun thing about web speech recognition that it actually returns, I'm only printing the result, but the actual API returns the confidence level of like what we think the words are. And because I'm showing the interim bit, it is thinking what could I be saying and then adjust them at the same time. If I turned off the interim, it will only give me what they're confident the words are. But here it is. Okay, I got this bit working, I got it printing. Now I just like thinking, okay, I need to match things, right? Here we go. Right, I decided to spice things up a little bit, and I decided to do a switch theme button as well. I think it looks pretty good as it is, but I was like, all right. We have a bar. We have a flamingo, and this is because one of my favorite bands actually did an Instagram, like random, like they posted coordinates on their Instagram stories, and it was a karaoke bar. This was last week, and they said like, fans come meet us, and a bunch of people just went to this karaoke bar and they had a party doing karaoke of their own songs with fans. And I've never had so much FOMO in my entire life. And I noticed on their videos that their karaoke had a flamingo in the background. I was like, okay, I'll do a little tribute over here. So we have a flamingo, and now we have our classic C. So this is like the one you'll probably see in like really old bars. All right, so first of all, I'm not going to sing in this bit. Unfortunately, I will sing in the next one. So let's just see the speech recognition bit just by saying it versus singing, because it does make a difference. So twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above, the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Let's stop this because I'm so sick and tired of this song. Right, so I've done some matching validation. I was like, okay, if you're matching what I'm saying, let's do like a little green class. And I did add some glow, but I don't think it came through very well through the screen. And then, in theory, I was supposed to say it so well that it would match. The second sentence should have been all green as well. But as you can see, it has a couple of flaws. I know I did say it, but it didn't fully capture it. But at the time when I was testing it, I thought, well, it's a bit unfair if you don't get the whole sentence, but you did say a few words. So I did a partial match, which is shown as orange. So my point with the orange bit was, for example, to be, I'm going to say words incorrectly, and actually it's going to capture what I just said, so it's going to unmatch it completely, which is unfortunate. How I wonder, cat, you are. Okay? Sorry, I messed up. But it's fine because like it's gonna say, yeah, it's wrong, you didn't say it, so whatever. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder, dog, you are. Hey. Whew. Right, it works. And guess what? It's all in the browser. There's no libraries. Everything, even like the yellow bed showing which line you're supposed to do, it's just a CSS animation. Everything is CSS, and I literally only had to do a few for loops to match what you're saying. So I think it's like pretty neat. If I was using probably a lot of more things, I could have like glitter, I could have, add your name, save it, had points. I couldn't decide on points, so I decided to park that idea because I was like, how many points should you get if you get strikes and things? And I was like escalating it so much that I thought, no, I need to rein myself with a proper goal, otherwise I won't stop. Right. So, back to where we were. There are really a lot of fun demos and projects built on top of this API. Tony Edwards did a fantastic talk called Beats, Rhymes, and Unit Tests. In his talk, he wanted to see if the web speech API could help him jot down the rhymes that he comes up with. Similar to me, Tony noted that it wasn't perfect, but it was a great experiment. I really recommend watching his talk. And with that said, here we go. You notice that if I say those words properly, they will come out correctly. Unfortunately, if I sing them, the results vary. I'm so sorry, I am so sorry, but here we go. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. If you want to learn more, Stephanie Heckles built a really fun Santa chat for the 12 Days of Web Dev Challenge. I think it was a couple of years ago, though. And Wes Bose also has a chapter on the Web Speech API for free on his JavaScript course. And there's plenty of other projects using this technology. During the pandemic, the web captioner became a tool for many people. It's going to sunset soon, and it's actually going to be made open source. And it was because of this tool, actually, that I found out that there's also microphone information, and that's when I realized that my microphone actually doesn't function very well. It gives me like a really low volume, and it could also be the reason why some words may be missing. I won't find out anytime, so I'm not going to fix it. And there's also quite a few polyfills available. Implementations with WebRTC, and as mentioned before, lots of private companies that will offer you speech recognition as a service. All right, so the following pop-up appeared on Safari when I was trying things out. It reads, Safari would like to access speech recognition. Speech data from this app will be sent to Apple to process your requests. This will also help Apple improve its speech recognition technology. And I said, okay, and I never saw this ever again. So this pop-up sort of answers what some of you may be asking right now. So what is the current status of the Web Speech API recognition in Firefox? Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be in touch with someone who is currently working in this project in Firefox. But this is my assumption made from like things I've read online. The Web Speech API needs access to a lot of data to train on. And it is my understanding that, unlike the other browser vendors that do belong to massive corporations, it doesn't sound like Firefox has unlimited access to data that they can train on. but I'm optimistic. It's just a matter, I don't have any information on this, but I do think it's just a matter of time. Ooh. There are projects like the Common Voice from Mozilla, where you can donate your voice, and most importantly, at least to me, your accent, and also do some quality control. So what's next? Right, after all this, you might be wondering what's next, and I don't have any answers. But I would like to see these types of APIs grow because they open a world of free creative opportunities, just in the browser for you for free to play on. It is also conferences like the State of the Browser that help highlight some wishes and needs. For example, that's how I learned about the Common Voice project. And I have the feeling the Web Speech API will grow. Meanwhile, I will share and support the call to action to the speech recognition sibling. Look up Leonie Watson's amazing talk, Designing Voice Interfaces, where a call to action is presented to support CSS speech. I won't spoil this talk to you. You should go and watch it. This is a bit of an improv bit, but you can learn by building useless things. And what you might be wondering, we learned so much today. There was like amazing talks on accessibility, web, all the web stuff, and what do I do with this? I only recently gave myself permission to build unproductive things. They are not for my job. They don't benefit anyone, except my own joy. Side projects don't need to be monetized in order to be valid. They don't need to become NPM packages or open source projects. That's it. If you learn anything from this, is that I probably did more JavaScript than I usually do on my day job. And I have to go back to it to do all the improvisations based on all the talks I've seen today. So, okay, good job you're not looking at my JavaScript. Anyways, thank you.
Wow.
I am a fan, not a fan.
You look like a band member.
I know! I don't know why they didn't invite me to go on stage and sing. Oh, yeah, I know why. Never mind.
That was absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I'll let you sit down. We've got some more things before the end of the day. We've got a very special, we've got a world premiere today. I'm going to ask Hayden to come up on stage. Hayden, I don't know if any of you know who he is, but Hayden makes these videos about the web. Before we show this is the first time it's ever been seen. He sent it to me a couple of days ago, and I was sat there thinking, watch it, watch it, watch it. And I said, no, I want to have the same joy as everybody else in the room at the same time. But before we see this video, Hayden has a warning.
Yes, well, my first warning was going to be that no one has seen this, including Dave. So for all he's aware or anyone is aware, it's just simply footage of Mussolini speaking. I haven't actually, for legal reasons, I haven't seen it either, and you'll see why when we put that on. Seriously, I might have to do a legal crowdfunder at some point. The other thing on a very serious note is that I have had people tell me that, because I'm obsessed with black and white, as you can see, black and white is very high contrast and the video is very fast moving. So if you have vestibular issues with looking at that kind of imagery, then I would suggest that you close your eyes and simply listen. That's not a joke. It's designed so that you can just listen to my soothing, hopefully, voice and some ambient music. If you don't like the sound of my voice or ambient music, or looking at black and white fast-moving images, then I suggest that you wear ear defenders as well. And yeah, but well, good luck, everybody.
What are accessibility overlays?
If you put a sombrero on a cat, would that cat become Mexican? In short, nah. The sombrero would remain Mexican, and the cat non-Mexican, but the combination of the two would be considered problematic. Accessibility overlays are problematic in a similar way, or they would be if the cat had chronic constipation and the sombrero was on fire.
Estúpido.
An accessibility overlay is a piece of third-party software that is imposed or overlaid on a website. There are many competing overlay products with names like Accessi Wasp, Loser Way, The Maze, Purple End, User Fist, and Audio Hog's Eye. Despite claims to the contrary, accessibility overlays do not and cannot make their underlying website accessible. In fact, as the website overlayfactsheet.com attests, accessibility overlays have a habit of being inaccessible themselves, and can even prevent disabled people from using otherwise accessible sites, which is a level of irony so high it presents as fatigue, joint pain, general weakness, unexplained weight loss, and is the subject of Black Sabbath's 1970 proto-doom masterpiece, Even accessible accessibility overlays fail, by definition and without exception.
Why?
Because if the site is inaccessible with the overlay switched off, there's no guarantee the user will be able to switch it on. A situation you may be forgiven for describing as chic. All successfully activated overlays provide is a perfunctory array of options for things like font size and contrast, things already provided by the underlying browser and operating system.
But my overlay product isn't just a toolbar, it also fixes your site's existing accessibility issues automatically.
It's false. No way. No. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. It's a made-up tale. It's a total fabrication. It's false. It's fiction. It's an urban legend. No way. We got you. Not a chance. Wrong.
Overlays cannot write you good alternative text, structure your documents with an appropriate use of headings, connect the right labels to the right inputs, or determine if tables should have column headers, row headers, or both. They can't and don't design or build accessible websites. Accessibility overlays are not so much snake oil as they are snake essential oil. A refinement of tech fuckery so pure and potent, they have achieved the platonic ideal of shitty software.
Please clap. What?
Why?
What?
That was a solid week of making that stupid.
Well, thank you for your time. It was amazing, mate. Okay, we've come to that point where you've got to listen to me for a little bit longer before we all go for a drink. I should use the microphone, and then the people on the other end of the stream will be able to hear me too. So I've got to thank some people because that's the right thing to do. I've also got a few things to say as well. So, first of all, if you've enjoyed today, there are other conferences coming up that you may also enjoy. Some of those organisers are in this room today. The first one being Hila, who spoke last year. And he's running an online conference about design systems with the Dutch government. That's correct, isn't it? So check that out. Then we have Alex. Where's Alex? Alex is in the back of the room. And he's running WebDevConf in October in Bristol. and you get money off. There you go. Yeah. What? That was Keynote. I imported it all into Keynote, so I didn't have to. Yeah, sorry. Whoops. WebDevConf. He'll put a link into the Discord, and you'll get what the discount code is and things like that. But just go, pay him the full amount. It's not a lot of money, honestly. Then next up we have Remy. Remy's sat here, and he's putting on FFConf again in November. All of these people helped us, support us, and we talk to each other all the time. It's sort of like, have you got any more speakers? Who can we find to help us sponsor each other? And just please sanitize my brain and those kind of things. It's not easy. Then we have All Day Hey. Josh is not here because he went to DJ in Manchester instead of coming here. So, but All Day Hey is a great event up in Leeds, and that's I know what date it is, but I'm not allowed to tell you. But it's pretty much the same time it is always. But then we have Mark runs Beyond Talleyrand. He does it in Dusseldorf and in Berlin. It happened just last week. This is one of the greatest conferences I've ever been to. It was phenomenal. And that's not dissing all of the people I've just talked about either. Because, but one of the talks was by a man who became a goat for 6 weeks. And I'm not joking. That video is getting released soon, and you should watch it. It's great. So, other conferences are great. Don't just come to ours. Go to theirs. Share the love. And they're not all in London, so that's another great thing. So, like I say, we can't do these things without the love of our sponsors. So I'm going to thank them individually. We've got Chrome developers. They gave us a bunch of money to let us. Yeah. I'd clap because it nearly didn't happen. So that's awesome. My company, because I chucked some money in. Andreas, I'm sure that you've all spoken to Andreas, whereby very interesting, and it proves that the browser is the everything app. We just found that out from everybody's talk today. Polypane, thank you very much. Thank you for coming and talking as well, because and not talking about your product. That was awesome, because that's happened before and they turn out a little bit boring. Thank you to Tetralogical. And it was awesome that Leonie got mentioned in at least 3 people's talks today as well. Thank you to all of these small companies that gave us some money. The Financial Times is small on this, but they are hiring. So if you're looking for a job, check out Financial Times. Oliver's not here today, but find him on the internet and talk to him about that. And somebody else works, Katie works at Financial Times. That's right, yeah. So, thanks to all these people that helped puzzle the size of our event. Because I'm not a superstar. I only have like 200 people following me on the internet, and that's because I don't want any more. But we need to spread these words. So all of these people help us do that. So that's very good. Thank you to every single one of the speakers. Every single one of these speakers has gone above and beyond, as usual. Some of them staying up all night or getting up at 5 o'clock this morning to finish their slides, because with all the will in the world, we've all got real jobs as well, and this is just what we do to... Okay, some of us haven't got real jobs, and please hire Amy. We've all got lives other than just writing talks. So thank you to each and every single one of these people. We found out last night that, I don't know why I didn't point it out to Ian, but he's the only one that's not a headshot and just looks like Han Solo. No, there's no rule. Otherwise I would have said to you, there's a rule, but there isn't. It's better than the headshot that used to come up on my watch face. I can tell you that much for nothing. But again, thank you to all of these people. Talk to them in the pub because they are normal people and they like talking. We've got some volunteers that have been helping out during the day. All of these volunteers have come from, they've just finished university at Greenwich University. We gave a shed load of tickets out to people from Greenwich University as well. Is there anybody in the room from Greenwich? Is David here? Yeah, well done, all of you people. Come again, tell your friends, and good luck in your course. Excellent. So find these people and say hi and say, my company's hiring, come talk to us and those kind of things. Thank you to my fellow organisers, because anybody who's ever tried to organise anything knows that you need the support of your friends all of the time because it's just insane. We've got a feedback form already on the website. You just go /feedback or scan the QR code. It really helps, so please fill that in. It's just a form that we don't collect any personal information. We're not interested in doing that. We don't sell anything to any of the sponsors. We've had sponsors say, oh, we'll sponsor you if you give us your list of, no, we don't want your sponsorship and those kind of things. Because we're just a group of people not trying to make money. Okay, so there are drinks. This QR code gives you a map from here to there, but it's just around the corner. It's called the Old Fountain. We've got the place exclusively, just like last year, from 5:30 until 8:30. And then other people may come in, but if we're making as much noise as the people living there last night were, then they might just walk away. But help us spend we've got a limit to reach that we need to spend, so please do that. They do great food. It's quite important because my wallet's got a hole in it, mate. So the food there's great. Great selection of alcohol and non-alcoholic drinks, and it's a great pub. And Harry said last night, wow, this is my favourite new place. So, and it is my favourite place, pretty much, that we could all get into. So, check that out. And we will see you next year. Yeah. So I've forgotten one thing. You can keep your printed save icon. You can keep that for life. And if you really want to, you can keep your lanyard. But if you don't, it means that we can reuse them again in the future, and we don't have to spend money on silly peripheries, and we're not just buying stuff for no purpose. So if you could give us the lanyard, the stringy bit back, that'd be awesome. But if you want to keep it, you can. I'm not going to force you to give it us back. And you'll find there's some boxes on the way out that you can just chuck them into, and we'll deal with that. I'll see you in the pub in about half an hour. Thank you very much.